Fingers crossed. We'll see if the stream goes live.
I found it.
I believe it.
My God, you guys, I have to play some friggin' D&D today. Like, I have to.
This has been one of those weeks.
I need to play some D&D is all. That's all.
Did you miss last night?
Nice.
I missed you bastards. That's what it is.
All right,
missed you guys all week.
Missed last night.
Well, yeah, my meat space game.
Awesome.
My meat space game. The hosts, their neighbors had like a plumbing problem, and their whole house flooded, and they had to move all of their furniture into storage. So that's what they're dealing with, and we're like, well, just stay home.
Oh well, best of luck to your D&D friends.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But we're in the middle of, we're in between games right now. We don't have a role playing game happening at the moment. So
you finished your
we finished the Darkest House. I had opinions about it. They all got an earful from me. It was fun, but this is not the place for my full The Darkest House breakdown. But I had issues with the way the game was designed. She presented it absolutely great. I really enjoyed playing it, and I would play something like it again, but I don't know why. I thought Monty Cook would be better than that.
Oh, usually he's on point.
Yeah, this was apparently Monty Cook's like pandemic project.
Book that's bad. Like, I think of some that don't fit my style of play, but like
that
they're usually super interesting.
That might just be it. It just might be that I'm the wrong brain to have played in this game. Like somebody else might have really gotten a lot more out of it, or the things that bugged me about it would not have bugged somebody else. Is a better way of phrasing that, I guess.
Would you rather continue to play The Darkest House or play Oogie Boogie again?
I'm going to answer your question by ignoring it and point out that as a Target exclusive, you can now get Davy Jones and Tamatoa in Villainous. I
really want to know how Tamatoa plays because he plays really well in Lorcana.
Yeah, we haven't played him yet. We're going to do that probably tonight after my D&D is done. My wife and I are going to sit down and play.
Tell me if he's any good, because that is actually
Regret, I have a box with Oogie Boogie in it right now on my desk.
I think I have one of your Villainous cards. One of just the player action cards, like the cheat sheet cards.
Oh, one of the rules cards?
Because I've got an extra one, and I'm like, I guess I stole that from Nicole.
It's probably mine because I'm the only one who brought Villainous. So.
Right. We made the mistake of combining Villainous stuff together for our playthrough. They're having to try to separate it all out.
I think you and I still have some amount of coup intermixed.
That's possible.
Maybe werewolf.
I know for a fact that I have all the cards I'm supposed to have for coup. I don't have any extra cards.
I might have extras, or you might have because I have 2 copies of coup because you need that many to run 7 players or something. So I think at some point that got mixed the last time we hung out together.
I've just got one. I've got one plus the expansion, which is enough cards for 5 or 6 players.
If you haven't played 14-player coup, you're probably a happier life than I am. That was miserable. Especially because the guy who won was the guy who kept never looking at his cards, and it drove me fucking crazy.
Well, when we played in Minneapolis, did I not say, listen, there's a house rule, you have to look at your fucking cards?
I have to implement that from now on.
Yeah. Before we even sat down to play coup, I'm like, okay, it's not going to say this in the book, but I played the game once with a guy who didn't look at his cards, and it was infuriating the whole
It was so infuriating. It was one of the most infuriating board game experiences of my life.
I don't know. I functionally play coup as if I hadn't looked at my cards because I just claim everything.
That's fine.
We had to stop playing coup because I had a mental breakdown the last time. Apparently.
What was that potion game we played? Because I had a mental breakdown during that.
Yeah.
Oh, Quackery or whatever.
It was this potion game, and you got what was it called?
Quacks at Quedlinburg.
Yeah. And so you have a bag filled with potion ingredients, and you pull them out. And I kept pulling the worst ones out, turn after turn after turn, and just not scoring anything. And I was melting down. Everybody around, all of them were having a blast with this cute little potion game, and I was just on fire inside.
He was so butt mad. He wasn't living, laughing, or loving that time.
Salt is not even an ingredient for the potion, but all of my potions were super salty.
What was the ingredient that gave you like victory points at the end? I had like 3 pink ones, and I drew them every time, and you had like 7, and you never saw one.
I saw Raz buying those, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna invest in some of those, and they never came out ever. Like I never saw them,
and I was like, what?
And then I ran and played in traffic.
I drew mine
and
every time.
got killed, and then I was dead, and now I'm dead.
I'm glad you can run D&D from Beyond the Grave.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's really good.
It's a skill that I have.
Still have a purpose.
I'm still running the adventure that I designed many months ago, which is always interesting because it feels like a Gen AI hallucination when you're going through work that you wrote months ago. I don't remember writing this, but I must have, and now I don't know what it means. So I have to like invent some new thing that it means.
It means whatever your heart wishes it to.
Right, but like, what did my heart wish it meant when I wrote it? I don't know.
Does that matter?
Does it? That's a philosophical question, and I don't think we can explore it right now. I think the world's greatest minds should get on that issue.
All right, I do want to warn everybody before we start. I spent all day yesterday in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little. I'm suffering under a slight debuff today.
Did you remember
me too.
sunblock?
Don't worry.
Did I remember sunblock?
Yeah.
No, because we were going into a mall.
Okay.
However, there was a splash pad at this. We went to Legoland, and there was a splash pad.
Mm-hmm.
And we sat out there for like 3 hours while the kids played. And there
Did you at least soak your head a little bit?
There was no shade anywhere.
Oh.
I don't know. That happens in Florida theme parks too. You'll go through entire sections of Florida parks where there's no shade built anywhere, and you're like, "Why are you people torturing us?"
They don't want you to stop. They want you to keep
They don't want you to stop. They want you to keep moving, and that's really fucked up.
Keep moving bad, to where? To Epcot is really good about that.
Just churn people
looking for relief.
I mean, that's why they removed all the benches at theme parks.
Yeah, no, that's why.
We had a good time.
Sometimes you just want to take a fucking break.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to sit down and take a goddamn break.
The Disney parks nowadays, you have to install their app, and they want you to plan out your whole like day at the park ahead of time on the app. So, but neither one of us had a phone that could run the app. So when we went to the parks in I think 2021, we went, and we kept like going up to attractions and like, oh, you can't get into this attraction unless you went on the app. And we're like, we don't have phones that can run the app. Our phones are from like 1963, and they all just shrug emoji. Aren't you glad you paid $90 for a ticket to come in the park that you can't friggin' do anything? I've got trauma from Disney. I do.
That's absolute bullshit. Yeah.
Nobody needs an app to play my D&D games. I don't make you guys install a bespoke Brick Road D&D app.
Yeah,
that's not true. We have to have Tabletop Simulator.
Tabletop Simulator is an app, and Google Sheets is also
okay.
an app.
Am I as bad as Disney now?
Yeah,
yes,
you are
as
bad. We have to use 2 apps.
I'm gonna need you guys to abandon your houses and play the entire game from outside in the sun.
That would kill me.
Probably
would also die.
Kill Treble too.
I would probably die.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be bad for Treble, but it gets to 117 here.
Yeah.
Let's see. What does my phone say?
How many hit points do you have, Destel? You only need 1.
I think me and Chris would be
I'm
fine.
a human. Jesus fucking Christ, we've been over this. Most humans
are
not
human
heroic.
commoners. Human commoners, 1 hit point.
It's pretty cloudy
D4.
where me and Chris are right now.
It's currently 95 where I'm at, and we're over the what is that called? That saturation limit where the humidity is so high you don't sweat.
That's awful.
No, I know what that is. But
okay. It's like 5% humidity here. I do have that going.
Yeah.
It's only 86 degrees Fahrenheit here.
I've been watching the projection for the gigantic hurricane that's out there right now, and like all the projections have it like not touching anything, like just going up into the North Atlantic. And I'm like, yeah, but You know what it wants to do is turn back towards Florida any minute now.
It really do. It
Well,
always
it's okay
do.
because there's another system forming right behind it, so we may get a second chance.
Yeah, you know.
We have a heat advisory going on because it's saying the heat index values are above 110 currently.
That's rough.
Yeah,
It's
no,
okay,
I got it
climate
all
change
next
is
week.
real.
I got an advisory for all of next week about.
Yeah, we have that
weather.
too.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for
Currently
environment destroying
82.
air conditioning. Let's all raise a glass to our air conditioners.
I
Feels
mean,
like
I gotta
80
wait for the solar company to come, or for the power company to come out and put the meter on it. But starting like in a week from now, all my power for air conditioning is gonna be met by the sun.
Fantastic.
Nice. Congratulations.
It takes a lot of solar power panels.
Yeah, but you're sure glad you have them when you do.
I'll be interested to hear your like ongoing story with these solar panels. Like, what's the?
They should be incredibly like. I don't think there's going to be an ongoing story. I think it's going to be my power bills are basically zero now because I spent.
Yeah, I want to know how much
$20
you save on your
upfront
power bills.
solar power.
Well, so
Just back of the envelope math, my worst power usage is it's like 1600, and the power capacity, like if all of the solar panels give 8 hours a day at 80% capacity, I cover that in a month, and I'm pretty sure that month is going to be July. I think it just is going to even out.
So there are some odd things that can happen. How hard is your water? Like, do you have crazy high calcium in your water like we do in California?
Very hard, yes.
Okay. Do you have a water softener?
That's like on the list of stuff to install.
Okay, because something that does happen to solar panels is you gotta wash them off, and if you have hard water, it blocks the sun. Yeah, so like that's a thing that people don't think about. Is shit, I have to get up there and scrub the solar panels.
You just hire a company to do it.
Well, my
Yeah,
house
you can
is,
hire somebody to do it.
it would just get
I mean,
clogged
but
with
yeah.
leaves immediately.
Did you? Well, where I live, I could get some really good use out of solar panels, but it's just like
Yeah,
I don't have the money for
Dust
the
and
initial
stuff
cost.
lowers your efficiency.
They just announced a new kind of solar panel that they're claiming 60% efficiency. Like the best solar panels you can
That's
get currently
insane.
are 30%, I think.
Yeah, 30
Yeah.
or 40. Yeah, 30, 35, I think. Yeah.
But they're saying
60?
they figured out 60%. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the iron oxide batteries to become commercially viable.
And somebody, another company, said that they have developed new technology for
Batteries?
for battery technologies. It's the biggest. It's the company that makes the most and the best lithium ion batteries, and they have said they have figured out new technology for lead batteries. Like not lead.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I've been thinking that for household batteries,
the big batteries.
iron oxide would be good, but
the big ones are they lead? The ones that will require lots of water that like you use.
Yes, so
I don't
that's
know.
lead sulfuric acid.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
usually
yeah.
those are used in your car. That's why your car battery
Yeah.
is so heavy.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, they
Yeah.
came out with they said they have new technology. They haven't filed any patents for any of that shit because they want it to be the only ones to be able to make it.
I do wonder sometimes whether or not people ever tune into the stream or the VOD to watch some D&D, and then they get a lecture on solar
and
panels.
hear the pregame chatter.
And they're like, I go
Listen,
back
we
to
go
like,
all over the place.
it's like I
You
wouldn't
should look
stay
at
on a
the analytics and see
stream
which-
where that happened, but I guess I
No,
don't,
Brick, you need to look at the analytics and see if they skipped the first 20 minutes of the stream or not.
I don't
What
think
if-
the Flumph channel gets enough views for me to have access to analytics that are worth seeing.
What
No.
if though people came to the Flumph streams only for the pregame chatter and then were
They
like, "Oh,
leave
they're
when the
playing
game
D&D."
starts.
Yeah.
There's some weirdos, let me tell you.
That's just a
There are-
podcast.
There are definitely people out there.
Who has a 100-word summary of all the trouble you guys got into last week?
Oh, we got into
Uh,
so much trouble. Like we got.
We found out
kicked
that
out.
our worst fears are true. We are like we're like halfway across the world.
We're in the city that looks
hardly our
vaguely
worst
like a
fear.
bird.
It's like middle of the list at best.
Yeah, there are some other fears that are bigger, like the dragon that nearly ate Leo.
Or public speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's high on Genevieve's list. That's probably above the
Spiders.
dragon, to be honest.
Dog-sized spiders.
Dog
No, there's
sized
like-
spiders have.
Why would
Listen,
you do that? What is wrong
Treble-
with you?
Treble, I'm reading Mother of Learning, and I'm all in favor of dog-sized spiders now.
No, nobody wanted that. Everybody disliked that. Let's call the whole thing off. Mulligan, 100-word summary. Hi, everybody.
We're here in this city, and then we got we're kind of under surveillance, I guess, sorta. But like they don't think we're a thing. There's some stuff going on with some visiting nobles. There's another visiting noble from
Yeah,
the land of Elegant Sumai, whose name I don't remember because it's been a week.
I wrote Kasai, but I forgot his surname. Or
It's
Honorable Kasai.
Honorable Kasai. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
you hit the
and the princess
Velusian.
coronation is soon.
Yeah, you're in the Velusian capital of Kelmir. King Helmsman is dead. Has been dead for years and years and years. His heir, Prince Helmsman, is coming of age as he turns 15. That's set to happen in just a few days. And some of the foreign dignitaries, or envoys, or whatever we were calling them, I have them as dignitaries in one part of my notes and envoys in another. Did I mean to do that? Did I do that on purpose? Is there a reason that I did that? I have no idea, because I wrote that months ago, and I get my brain like cleaned out every few weeks, which means I forget everything that happened up to that point.
Oh, don't do that. Invest in brain storage.
I don't know. The cost of the cost per gigabyte is up.
How many gigs can your brain hold, Brick Road? You should have at least 2.
Oh, I don't know, man. The problem is certain
Bit of
types
cloud.
of memory becomes like hard coded in the brain and you can't get rid of it. Like I'm going to be 90 years old and riddled with Alzheimer's and never be able to form new memories, but I will, at the drop of a hat, be able to tell you every Mega Man Robot Master's weakness.
Oh
Without
man,
issue.
solid state memories.
You're sitting there in the in the nursing home, like you don't remember anything, and then like the nurse comes up, yeah, watch this, and he hands you a Super Nintendo controller, and you just start like you're sitting there like shaking, and you just start just going through Super Metroid.
Right.
You burn through Super Metroid. You speed run that shit. You mock ball. You get the moat. You get the moat shine spark. You get reverse boss order, and it's like, how?
So some of the
So
envoys
along
that you
those
guys
lines
met,
with
you haven't
Mega
met
Man,
all of
sorry.
them. You met a couple of them. It was Hugo ran into Sir Christoph of the Free Knights of Islington,
Yes.
and they went off to have a beer. Alistair stalked Edgarine and Itelis Healy, who are nobles from the Republican province of Velumore. That's interesting that they're here. And Leo met Honorable Kasai, who apparently walked here, a journey which took over a year.
Also, he didn't seem to care too much about me. He just dismissed me.
He
Apparently I
watched
did
you.
not impress.
He watched your sparring with the people. But remember that his people are. It would be impolite to express being impressed.
I mean, it took like several levels of relationship for Hugo to even appear to get Elegant Sumai's attention. So
She was paying attention. It just took those levels to get her to express that attention.
well, what I meant was that it took those levels for us to be able to even perceive that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the one other envoy that is definitely in town that none of you have run into yet is a naval captain from the river and coastal country of Endoline, which is very, very, very far away. Endoline is the country that attacked the capital of Brennanine with a meteor swarm at the start of the Unification War.
Oh, those assholes got you.
Yeah, those assholes. That was a religious war because the Etherine Church got its start in Endoline, and a couple hundred years ago there was a schism in the church, and then the Ferniscan brand of the church became the dominant one, and then the Endolines were like, let's go up there and crusade them bitches and get our church back. But then they ended up getting all Suikoden and pushed away, and Endoline has been in disarray for several decades now.
Oh, Angeline, I misspelled that. E-N-G. Okay, sorry.
Where are you guys going to stay for your duration here in Kelmir? You can stay at the hostel where you've landed if you like, but remember that's a very kind of quaint backwater, not very prestigious, like basic comforts, but no more aspirational than that.
Seems fine to me.
Well,
Okay.
Genevieve has 10 gold to her name, so the hostel might be all she can afford.
Okay.
I'm from a swamp.
She was not prepared to like have expenses.
The dorm
She
room
never
is
is.
the dorm room we live in regularly is the nicest place Leo's ever slept.
Okay. So you guys are fine staying at the hostel then?
Hugo's gonna
Yeah.
splurge.
Yeah.
I think
Hugo's gonna splurge. He's at least gonna spend a few nights in an inn of some sort.
Okay.
He's got walking around money. He works.
He does.
You guys didn't know this whole
does
campaign was just my social experiment to see if D&D players could function without money, right?
I mean,
I feel like that's all most of your campaign. To be fair.
no, we had so much money.
We had
last time.
all of the money
You
last
guys have been
campaign.
Well,
filthy
last
rich in
campaign
most of these campaigns. What are you talking about?
Last campaign felt like an exception, definitely. Like we definitely got treasure.
We didn't in Flumph of the Wild. We didn't really get any money, but there wasn't really anywhere to spend it either.
Yeah.
We
At
spent a
Flumph
lot of
Inc., you
time-
guys accumulated 50,000 gold pieces of debt.
Yeah.
That's kind
mean,
of like
listen,
having
that-
money.
Most of that was Alexander's student loans and
Yeah.
Lucius's gambling debt.
And then we had like any money we got in Flumph Inc. was entirely because of tax evasion. Like that is the only D&D campaign I've been in where we had to sit down and discuss seriously
We
How
had
are we
two
going
sets
to
of books.
how are we going to perform tax evasion.
And that was before I read the 5e rulebook that came out about what if my player characters want to run their campaign like a business.
Oh, the Acquisition Incorporated,
So
yeah.
we have that book now. I didn't have it at the time of that campaign, and it's a pretty fun book. Okay, so at the hostel, you guys return back for the evening, having spent the day sightseeing throughout. And Geppa had snuck into one of the zones where he found that they're
Kind of
building
magic
siege
weapon.
engines, some kind of magic weapon that is like a siege engine firing ammunition, but they couldn't quite get it to work. So they have you in 2 rooms at the hostel. They've got your party split between 2 rooms, so 4 of you are cramped into one of the rooms, and then Rubina and Genevieve are placed in the other one. So the girls have like room to kick up their feet. They probably each have a cot, and the guys are just kind of all stuffed in there.
Hugo's probably going to take one night of that, and he says, "Listen, I'm going to find an inn after the first night."
Okay. Well, on that first night, returning back to the commons, you guys get back. They give out their bowl of hot pottage and mulled cider or whatever. It's not the most exciting fare in the world, but it'll fill the belly. It's warm, it's nutritious, and free. It does not cost anything. And as you guys are sitting there, relating, does anybody have anything that happened to their character last week that they want to keep secret from the group? Let's start there. Because otherwise I will just go forward with the assumption that everybody has shared notes.
Yeah,
I'm not
Hugo
going to tell people that I got Alistair into trouble, but I will tell them what I found.
Okay.
In fact, I think Genevieve would be open about her behavior in the previous episode. That she was scared that she wouldn't be able to protect them, which is why she was so on edge. But now things are calming down a little bit, and she's gonna ask specifically Alistair, like, "Help! I'm a fish out of water in a foreign land. Like, it's different at Strixhaven. Like, please, like, help if I start to panic."
What do you want me to do about that?
I
You
don't
want a
know.
song?
You're good with people and stuff. Like,
Can't you literally calm emotions?
He doesn't have
No, that's beyond me.
that's like a 4th or 5th level spell, isn't it?
I don't know.
Panic
Just
and
like,
emotion?
just make fun of me or something, and then I'll be angry at you and not worried about the situation at hand, I guess.
As you guys are having this conversation, you
A
realize,
2nd level spell.
unbeknownst to you, that a 7th person, using scare quotes, person, is sitting at the table listening intently.
So they have a hit point.
They have at least 1 hit point.
I have
Then
many.
they're a person. We've already established this.
That is, I didn't want the definition of personhood argument on the stream. We got all that out of our system before I hit the button. It's too late now. It's already happened. Anyway, looking over at the edge of the table, you see the Trade Winds is sitting there, listening very intently to your conversation. But he looks annoyed.
What's wrong, buddy?
Oh, now you've remembered that we're good friends.
Why do you think we forgot?
Because we had such a delectable conversation at which I advanced a tantalizing deal to you and all of your compatriots, but in all the time that's transpired since, not one of you has called upon it.
Oh man, if only we hadn't played for like 2 months and forgot this even existed.
Oh snap!
Does anybody
Not allowed to pull that on us when it's like
does anybody remember?
technical.
It hadn't occurred to me until now that you guys might have legitimately forgotten you made a deal with Trade Winds, but now that I've been
Yes!
called on it, does anybody remember what the deal is?
I do remember the deal now. If
Was it
you,
like a
if
pitiful
you
amount of
pass
money?
the check, you can fail the check and get 3 gold for it, or something like that.
I believe it was 5 gold.
Sure, that's a bigger number. That's like half the money Genevieve has on her. She'll go trip in the street and make a fool of herself for 5
But-
gold. That means she doesn't stay at the hostel anymore.
But the fact remains that none of you have called upon this deal.
Yeah.
And he says, and I have been mulling it over. Why my very generous bargain has been seemingly disregarded. And it occurs to me that perhaps the incentive is not tantalizing enough.
Honestly, Trade Winds, with the situations we've been in, 5 gold wouldn't even cover the medical bills.
This is why you have me at a disadvantage, for you see I am not mortal, and I don't have mortal considerations.
He doesn't have hit points. No, sorry. Sorry, intrusive thoughts. Carry on.
We did establish that we could handle each other's intrusive thoughts, but not our own. Is that where we landed?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think if instead of streaming the actual sessions, if we just streamed the pre-session banter, we might win accolades as the edgiest D&D podcast.
I doubt it. It's mostly because a large portion of that was us complaining about like colonoscopies and stuff. So no, probably not.
Oh.
You have to think about the age of the average D&D player, though. So maybe.
Maybe we would get funding from the American Medical Association, though.
Now I just had an intrusive thought. Like, now I need to design an encounter around the idea of a colonoscopy, but I've already run that encounter in that Raven.
Yeah, we
I
did
was
that.
about to say,
We
did
did
that.
that.
You already did
And
that.
we know what the episode would be called. It'd be called "Have You Checked Your Butthole?"
Skin of the bottle.
bottle.
So Tradewinds is saying perhaps 5 gold was not enough of an incentive. Perhaps he's open to suggestions. How can I sweeten the pot, as it were?
500 gold.
Oh my god, we might like literally have to die if that's the case. Genevieve says,
Why not? Like,
having never seen 500 gold.
I don't know. I'd be open to possibly, like, if I need something from Tradewinds, maybe we could do something instead of, you know, like I could like bargain, for example, say, hey, I'm going to do this, help me succeed, and then I'll let you pick, and then with like 3 like failures or something like that. Barter.
He seems to consider
I'd be
that
okay.
for a moment.
So, for example, yeah, like if we want your help on something, we could maybe barter, you know, the kind of thing, and then let you pick. Because, you know, I never want to fail.
He he considers that for a moment, and he says,
And you could decide when it's funniest for yourself.
I'm flattered, truly, that you consider me to be such a potentially helpful spirit in your endeavors, that you feel that I have aid to offer. Alas, if we were to make such a bargain, I feel I would be unable to provide anything of worth.
So what is the mechanism by which you enforce a failure? Like, does it require consent?
So the original deal he made was if you roll if you roll the dice and you pass, you can instead choose to fail, and then you suffer whatever that failure would occur, and then Tradewinds would pay you 5 gold. That's how it was originally pitched.
But I'm just saying, like, for him to like enforce the failure, like, I'm assuming he's causing the failure.
And again,
magically somehow.
He kind of has this moment of mock bashfulness where he's very taken aback. Like, I'm very flattered that you think that I am any sort of enforcer. No.
I think he's just watching, and then when he's amused by it, he pays out. And he's only amused by our failure. Like, we aren't turning a success into a failure on the moment. The world pauses and we roll the die and resolve it, and then we to action again. That's how I'm seeing it.
He says that at their core, humans are very complicated in their simplicity, if that makes sense. Perhaps we should keep the same bargain we've already struck, and instead increase the level of payment. And as he said this, he reaches his little grubby raccoon paw forward on the table, and he places a coin-sized piece of what looks like amber. It looks like it's petrified tree sap. It's this semi-translucent, smooth, rounded gemstone that catches the light in the room in a very pretty way. And if you're trained in Arcana, you can tell that it's magical.
How much is it worth?
It's worth whatever you can convince somebody to buy it for. Or perhaps it's worth much more than that if you can find another way to use it.
What is any way to tell what it is? So clearly it's magical.
Are you asking Tradewinds?
Can I cast Identify?
That's what I'm trying to check and see if I have Identify or anything.
It is on my spell sheet.
He's not going to cast Identify for you.
Could I borrow this overnight?
And when Genevieve says that she wants to borrow it, he reaches out and snatches it away. Says, first, we must strike the bargain, and you must avail yourself of it.
Well, how do we make a bargain if we don't really know what it is?
Where's your
You seem
sense of
genuinely confused
fun
by that.
and adventure?
I'm in a foreign land and with people I don't know, and here you are dangling a carrot on a stick.
What about 5,000 gold instead?
What? Genevieve looks at you. Are you just adding
Now
zeros
Alsto's
now?
Tradewind's dead in the eye.
He says, we'll continue on as we have been. And you can speak amongst yourselves about how many zeros you like to add. But if one of you finds yourself in a situation where you think a gamble with a supernatural being that has only your best interests in mind, you know what to do. And at that, he bows and then takes his leave of you.
Alistair looks at the rest of the party and says,
kinda want
I'm not gonna fail for 5 gold. Sorry, guys.
I kind of want the shiny rock.
What if the market value of the shiny rock is only 4.75 gold?
Doesn't matter. It's a
Oh,
shiny
man.
rock. Listen, I got the shiny rock brain. It does not matter. That's why I collect the math rocks.
Rubina asks, what the hell was that?
Oh, we just have strange creatures that have befriended us on adventures and
Remember, remember when we got sucked down into the pool?
She remembers.
He followed us home.
He followed us back to Strixhaven.
Yeah.
He's a friendly, malicious spirit that takes pleasure in our failure, but is at least willing to compensate.
Yeah, he thinks
I don't
failure-
know if he's malicious or friendly, to be honest.
Just seems bored to me.
Yeah,
he hasn't
Believe me, I
hurt
know.
anybody yet.
and I believe he has also expressed to us that we're boring him, which
What
which might be dangerous for us in the long run.
Well, what if somebody took it upon themselves to try and entertain him as much as possible?
Sounds
Why
like
are
you're
you all
volunteering.
looking at me? It's just an idea. It's an experiment.
Hey,
I-
Genevieve,
Right.
catch. Alistair will throw something at Genevieve.
She's actually pretty dexterous and probably catches it just fine.
Okay.
Probably gonna have to go a little harder than that.
No, don't throw more things at me. She gets defensive.
I have an idea. There's a playhouse, right? What if we take Genevieve and put her on stage?
Why?
I'm an accomplished actress, thank you.
It's true.
Now
I
she's seeing
kinda-
it more as a challenge.
She got
I
great
kind of want to go
reviews.
home.
Yeah, this being said in front of the two people who put together their own play group with blackjack and hookers.
Hugo is doing great on her. You should see our set. It's freaking awesome.
None of
And
us will
I'm-
see our set if we can't get back to Strixhaven, though.
And I'm cast as the lead role of Alex, the alchemist. I don't know what the version of it would be in our.
Okay. He's a big muscular man.
Well, Alex could be Alexandra, so like we're gender bending Flumph 5 here, or Flumph 4. But anyway, that's where the argument devolves into is like if you're gonna give her a challenge, like her pride is on the line, her talent, I guess, in air quotes.
It says here you have a solo song about preventive maintenance.
Oh yeah, that's the third song in Act 2.
She
one of my
probably wrote it
favorites.
herself. But yeah, no, it's I want to go home because we've got like tests and stuff upcoming, and I don't want to miss them.
What's your plan to get home?
Cry until somebody teleports us.
Yeah,
We
like-
want to go home, Genevieve shouts. Like,
I mean, we could sneak back in the teleporter place and see if there was, a way to teleport.
How many times of us getting caught do you think it will take for them to actually declare us threats?
Probably.
One additional time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to end up in jail.
I suggest we behave ourselves. We are, in fact, foreigners, so
Well,
probably wouldn't take much for them to decide we're more trouble than we're worth and throw us in a dungeon for a few years.
So how do we get back into those ruins without being thrown in jail?
maybe at night?
We just go, right?
I mean, I don't. Unless we have a plan to work the teleporter, that just sounds like a good way to get into trouble.
Yeah, we need to know.
Like nothing. We don't
more
think
about
anything has
how
changed with the teleporter.
So do we want to
we would need
canvas?
to know.
Do we want to canvas the city and try to find out all we can about teleportation then?
I tried that. I went to the library, but the magic is too complicated.
Yeah.
Like, they have
So you need
tons and tons of notes, but it'd take me years to get through this.
So you need
And
a
then
teacher
even-
then.
And only then would I, like, figure out how it works. It's not like I can back-engineer their house magic.
So we need to find a way for you to get private lessons in teleportation. Is that what you're saying?
Again, that would take years.
What are you guys going to do in the meantime? Be my study guides? Hey, Trade Winds, that was an awful idea. Pay up.
He's not here anymore.
Oh, she just shouts that into the void.
He does not answer you.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, it seems that we're not going anywhere for the time being. We should at least familiarize ourselves with our surroundings.
When is the
Coronation?
coronation scheduled for?
It's in a few days, and there's going to be a public and then a private component to it. So there's going to be a public ceremony, but the actual like anointment and crowning is only going to happen in front of Velusian,
Like Athars and
Velusian
nobility.
nobles, the envoy, the foreign envoys, etc.
Mhm.
So the public ceremony you'll be able to attend if you like, and then the private ceremony in the actual palace, you would have to. I mean, you'll have to have some kind of plan to get in, sneak in, or convince people that you're somebody important, or.
Genevieve says, that reminds me, I saw the prince in the library the other day. I was too scared to talk to him, and he was busy.
You saw the younger prince, Horatio. He's
Yeah,
at his lessons.
the not in line for the crown. Yeah.
Why didn't you didn't talk to him? You didn't try to make friends?
Well, he was busy studying, and he didn't seem to really like it. So, I don't know if we would have really hit it off.
I mean, did you try and talk to him, or you just ignored him?
Well, no, I was.
Genevieve, shoot your shot.
With an 8-year-old.
Worst he can do is say no. Worst he can do is say no. Like,
It's
even,
the
I'm not saying like
prince. There's a lot worse that could be done. I could be thrown in the dungeon for bothering him.
Did you at least acknowledge him when you passed by that he was a prince? Show any sort of humility to the royal family or anything?
I mostly sat in the corner looking the other direction because we were in the same room and I didn't expect that. And it's a library and it's for the public. Why would the prince be there? And she keeps
So
rambling.
you disrespected the prince. That's not good.
I
Alistair,
know everything I did was wrong. I was scared, okay? I'm sorry.
Alistair, stop bullying her,
You're
Alistair.
supposed to be helping me, Alistair.
You did give Alistair permission to make fun of you. I heard it.
You need to go find the prince and apologize.
She doesn't think that this is helping, but I mean it's good. So
Okay.
please stop being mean to her.
well, I can go back to the library. I was planning on doing that anyway.
That's fine. Go find the prince, apologize, make friends, and then maybe he can help us get the hell out of here.
Like, let's take a moment to what are our options right now to go home? Right?
Get on a boat.
A long and dangerous boat ride.
A long
Yeah,
and
like-
dangerous boat ride.
A longer,
walking-
more dangerous walk.
Yes.
Yeah, how long did it take the other guy to get here? Because we learned that.
So-
Well, he
Honorable Kasai-
Honorable Kasai walked like a year or something.
From the Empire of Delu, which is first he would have sailed west across the ocean to arrive at the Republic. and then he would have crossed the Republic on foot, and then he would have gone through the haunted forest to arrive at the eastern border of Velus.
So we're probably talking like 2/3 of a year.
He was at it for a while.
If we split it in evenly. But...
Can we just ask?
Give me...
Let's find that priest.
Give me an... See, this is where D&D falls apart for me. Because there's not really a good skill for, like, politicking.
I think that's history now.
Yeah, history is but it's not history. Like, listen, if I had my druthers,
local.
If I had my druthers, I would have different knowledge proficiencies for like history and politics and warfare and heraldry, and I would have 47.
Probably makes the most sense, but is this? Are you talking knowledge or
this is a
politics?
So I'm going to call for a knowledge history check.
Isn't there knowledge nobility? Is that one of the ones?
Nope.
Not anymore.
Not in 5e.
That's more history.
5e doesn't have any rules as written.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
There's no skills that acknowledge politicking at all.
Yeah.
You do like history, charisma, or
this would
intelligence, persuasions.
I'm going to call for intelligence history here, and I'll let any or all of you make the check if you want to try it.
I mean, Genevieve will try.
Why not?
Even
a deal like that.
I'll try when tabletop's in my response.
13.
It's a 12.
Can anybody beat a 13?
I cannot.
Not a 13. I only got a 12.
Who was that 13?
Genevieve.
Hold on.
He was having.
It's possible.
Tabletop simulator's not like working.
Having difficulties. Yeah, I see the pings are not. Oh no, I'm not dropping frames, am I? No, I'm not dropping frames.
No, your connection seems fine today.
You're a little yellow to me, but yeah.
So is 13 as high as we go on history?
I think I got a 15. I think I got a 15.
Alistair got a 15.
Now fail.
Alistair, here's the thing. Apparently, the other envoys accepted some form of teleportation to get here, which is something that the Velusian royal house can still do. But you've heard that Honorable Kasai traveled here on his own power. He sailed, he rode across the Republic, he walked through the Haunted Woods. That trip would have taken him about a year, which means he must have received the invitation over a year ago, which isn't impossible because this coronation ceremony is a planned event happening on a fixed date, but something about that doesn't strike you as the full story. You're telling me that these invitations went out well over a year ago to these specific envoys with enough time for this guy to travel here on foot?
Okay, so what Alistair does know is that people from Frisco are here. Those little royal brats are here for some sort of meeting, or I forget what the hell the word was. Some sort of envoy thing or some sort of meeting. So I'm wondering if Honorable Kasai is here for the same thing. So there's some sort of committee meeting or workshop or something going on where people are probably trying to acquire teleportation magic.
The idea is that for this coronation ceremony, the Kingdom of Velus has sent for envoys from foreign lands to attend the coronation in good faith, of which Kasai is one. Notably, though, nobody has any knowledge of an envoy being sent from the Republic, which makes sense because the Republic and Velus are not on great terms. And yet,
Alistair, this is your big chance.
Huh?
You're the only Republic noble in like 500 miles.
Oh yeah, I mean, except for the Heelys that are here
that's
trying to be all
publicly
secret.
here. But you're publicly here.
Yeah, they're apparently some kind of merchants or something.
Well, yeah, and as soon as I get downtime, I'm gonna send a message back to his house and try and find out what the hell's going on.
I'm gonna hold on a sec. Are you trying to convince him to pretend to be the envoy?
What do you mean pretend to be?
Just walk up into the meeting and say, "Yep,
Yeah.
I'm the envoy."
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do as soon as I can write back home and find out what the hell's going on.
What? We're not having a diplomatic incident caused by us.
It's fine, Genevieve. Don't worry. It's what Genie
I'm
would
sure
do.
he can handle it. Alistar's been training his whole life for this one.
I
He's
look
like-
at Hugo with a desperate look on my face.
He's like,
Hugo looks just as distressed.
diplomatic incidents, my middle name.
Alistair sits up straight and looks across the table. My name is Alistair Artifacts. I'm here in representation of the Republic. It is a great honor to attend this ceremony. I'm proud to be here, and if there's anything the Republic can do, such as sell Genevieve to you for a cheap price, because she's an excellent artificer, we'd be happy to do that.
Hey, I am excellent. How dare you mock that? And if
Relax,
you think
guys.
you're prepared for this, I'm going to quiz you.
Where is your invitation?
Relax, buddy. It's fine.
You do not have an
I'm
invitation.
asking pertinent questions.
We will clearly have to forge one.
Why? Like
Just
I'm
walk
gonna-
in and be offended that the Republic was not included, and let them know that you won't stand for that.
Oh my god, Genevieve says and throws her hands up in the air. We're going to start a war!
I'm a
Shadow.
skilled actor. It'll be fine.
Rubina says
Why?
you're a middling actor.
Why?
Because it might be our only chance to get home.
We haven't
we-
asked.
Can we shelve this idea as like
I'm
like
I'm gonna-
playing Q?
it's like I'm gonna go ask, and like Leo gets up from the table and he goes to find that priest.
Oh, he would have turned in for the night by now. After the evening meal, he would have said,
Oh, this is at night. Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
this is after you guys have had your evening meal. You were sitting there talking. You had and noticed Tradewinds was with you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. In the morning, I'm gonna go find. I'm gonna be like, hey, what is the over under on us getting a teleport home so we don't have to,
Geppa.
you know?
Geppa, if you want to make this
Yes.
work, I need you to use your stealthy, sneaky skills, and I need you to spy on the Heelys so we can find out exactly what they're here for and what they plan, because they're here to act as envoys for something, but we don't know if it's
I
for
can
the
do that.
wedding or something else.
I lean over to Hugo. I need you to sit on Geppa, and I'll take Alistair.
I can
We-
totally do that.
Leo's like,
I
we don't
can't
want
sit on him.
anything interesting to happen in this session, so just nail them down.
I can't sit on it.
So let's go ahead and everybody can take a benefits of a long rest as you all get a good night's sleep.
Yay, hit dice.
Yeah, get some hit dice back.
Oh, I didn't open my map on my screen here.
Get my D10 and one of my D6s back.
Oh, and I didn't save the map from last week, so we don't have the we don't need the labels. I got the labels wrong anyway. We're gonna fly
Yeah,
label
we-
lists for now.
We had an mixing error.
There was a playhouse somewhere, and that was the important thing.
That's the
Yeah,
most important
there
thing,
wasn't a
really.
playhouse, and then somebody asked for it. And I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. There
We made
totally is
one.
now. And then I labeled it on the map, and then my labels were no longer correct in my notes.
Yeah, then we had an indexing error.
Whoops. Okay. I've got my map on screen now. Excellent. So yeah, go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest. You all get a good night's sleep.
Hooray.
So as far as sneaking, I'm going to, by way of reminder, you guys found a teleportation door in the dungeon that has some locations from the Republic, but not Strixhaven specifically. And then when Genevieve tried to engage with it, she broke the lever off the door, and it's now in her backpack.
Yes.
All right, let's collect some morning actions for tomorrow morning.
Library again.
So Genevieve wants to go back to the library.
Yeah.
Is there a way to send messages? Like, Alistair wants to magically send a message back to his family to find out what they might know about this whole situation
Do you have a
with
message?
the Prince of the Wedding and envoys.
Do you have the message spell?
No,
like
because I'm a
sending.
useless bard.
What level is
Need the
message? Level
sending
1?
spell.
3.
Sending is like third level or something.
Sending is
Sending
Message
is
is
what
the cantrip.
we need for this
3?
situation.
Oh, message you need to see somebody. So you also can't message the fetus because you don't have line of sight. Okay.
Oh,
Unless
God,
you're a
no.
gynecologist.
Sending is what you want.
Yes.
I think that is a third
Okay.
level spell.
That's a third
That's
level
a-
spell, yeah.
Void level spell.
Which is in our purvey, you just don't have it prepared.
Yeah, I don't have it chosen as their level spell, so.
You probably don't
Yeah,
have
Bard.
enough money to hire somebody to cast it for you.
How much would it cost to cast?
That's probably like 100 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I don't have 100 gold.
What's the
would-
cost with
plus-
scroll?
The
What's the cost with their level scroll? That's well established.
the floor on that would be 75 gold because I usually go like 25 per level.
Yeah, I got 47 gold.
We would then have to tell somebody the message.
That's another problem is you'd have to tell somebody the message. The first thing is you have to find somebody in town who you would trust with the message, and then there would be no way.
Oh, you can only send messages to someone you've met, or sendings to someone you've met.
Well, Alistair is asking somebody in his house, like his parents or somebody.
Right, but the person who casts the spell has to be familiar with the target, right?
Yeah.
Oh, do
That's what it
they?
says. Uh-huh.
That's
So he would need to get a scroll so he could cast it himself.
I could
He
learn
could.
sending,
It's
but I
on,
would have
it's
to.
on his spell list, so you could cast.
Yeah, I don't have sending on my spell list right now. Is a problem because we haven't leveled
No,
up.
but
in a
it
long
is
time.
on your spell list. You just don't
We're
have to
sure.
learn.
Yeah. I need
So
to
you can-
level
you
up
can
to
do
switch out spells.
What is? I can tell you how much they are because I have that in our party sheet.
We have like 200 something.
Spell scrolls. A third level spell scroll costs 500 gold pieces.
Yep, that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
And so that to make. So I guess to purchase it would be 1,000. If you double that.
So-
Yeah, it's
so
kind
that's
of
not gonna happen.
so sending's not going to happen.
Yeah. Unless we start tripping over our feet and trade wins notice a lot very quickly.
Yeah, unless the DM wants to let bards change out spells on will. That's
No,
not
why would I
gonna
do
happen.
that? What is Alistair
Yeah, I
doing
know,
this
right?
morning?
I know what I'm going to do.
What's Leo going to do this
Uh,
morning?
I am going to go talk to the priest and ask him like what the chances are of us just getting a teleport home are.
So you're going to go speak with Aethar Pylus.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the faster we get out of here, the less likely we are to have an international incident.
I guess Alistair's gonna go try and see what he can find out about the wedding and the people that are attending and invitations and all that.
Various envoys. Okay.
Wedding.
It's
Yeah.
not a wedding. It's a coronation. The kid's not getting married.
Oh, coronation, yeah. It's a wedding of the king to the country.
That's okay. It's
Wow,
interest-
Chris.
Interesting way to look at. That's something a monarchist would say. You're not a filthy monarchist, are you?
Of course I am. I'm a noble.
You're from a republic.
Yeah, you're a noble from a republic.
There are no kings in Fernisco. There are just
The rules don't
Correct.
apply when you're that high up.
there are just corrupt governors and a deadlocked Senate that doesn't work. What are
And Alistair, who is a cog in the machine.
what would Geppa and Hugo like to do this morning?
Geppa is on a infiltration plan, so I'm supposed to find everything I can about the Heelys. So I think my first order of business will be use disguise self to make myself look like a normal human merchant,
Okay.
and then try and scout out where they're at.
So the Heelys are
like-
staying in the same hostel you guys are. So
Okay, excellent.
following them around would be very, very easy.
Yeah, I'll wait till they. I'll hang out outside, someplace out of sight, and then as soon as they leave, I'm gonna cast disguise self to look like a normal human merchant from this country. Just do my best to like guess on styles and whatnot, and I will start following them around.
Fair enough. And what would Hugo like to do this morning?
Hugo would like to. Trying to think here. Hugo's a little bit lost, so I think he would try to find that fellow who he probably shared a pint with last night and try and pump him for some more information.
Very well.
He's from Endeline, right?
No, he's one of the Free Knights of Islington, which is like a loose
right.
confederation of landed knights out beyond the Velusian borders. So Islington is like a kind of country that most countries would not take very seriously.
Mhm.
This would be a
No,
bit like
Hugo-
if the state of Mississippi sent an envoy to the UN to speak. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but he is here. All right, let's get... I don't need a roll from Genevieve. I don't really need a roll from Alistair. I don't need a roll from Leo. I need a... you're using the Disguise Self spell for Geppa?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a stealth check at advantage. And I don't need a roll from Hugo. Only one of you guys gave me someone needs a roll.
That is a stealth of page 26.
Hugo.
Sure.
You go to an open air kind of food market out in the outdoors section of the city that Sir Christoph had mentioned to you.
Yeah.
The previous
This
evening.
looks pretty outdoor markety.
And this is specifically, it's a very popping off place right now because there's a lot of people from all over Velus right now for the coronation. So you can just imagine there's like a row of food trucks on either side of the thoroughfare, all kinds of different, all of these merchants from all over the country putting their best wares forward. And you catch up with Sir Christoph eating some kind of breakfast device on a stick. And I want to remind you that Sir Christoph has a magnificent mustache. Perhaps
Yes.
the most magnificent mustache. Presently, half of his breakfast seems to be clinging to it. And he hits the table in front of him with his mailed hand as he sees Hugo coming. Good morning.
Good morning.
And he has his like sausage and pancake on a stick or whatever it is. You simply must try this. Better fare in all the world you have not had, my friend.
Certainly.
But he's not going to give you
Hugo-
his. He's going to point you to the food truck. You can get one.
Oh yeah, no. Hugo will go over and spend a few coppers on a breakfast.
What are the chances that Dunfoss and Tiefling with the spicy chicken wings is here?
100% now. You brought it up 100%.
Oh, that sounds so good right now. I'm hungry.
No spice, half spice, full spice, whatever he said.
I don't know. I barely remember the character. Speaking with Sir Christoph,
Yeah, Hugo. Yeah.
you pay a few coppers, get yourself a breakfast kebab. Where you hit it off with Sir Christoph is being a military man.
Mhm.
He is a seasoned veteran. He talks himself up. There's a lot of braggadocio behind him. But he's into especially battlefield tactics. And the Free Knights of Islington did not receive an invitation per se. That would not have made a lot of sense because it's just this very loose confederation of wildlands where these landed knights have gone out and each one just carved out a piece of terrain for themselves. It's not really settled territory under any one banner. But when Christoph learned of the coronation ceremony and learned that foreign envoys were going to be arriving, he took it upon himself to make the journey here.
Hugo will say, yeah, no, that's extreme. Like it seems extremely rude, to be perfectly honest.
Presumptuous, perhaps. Rude may be overstating it. I am, of course, a man of honor. He says
course.
it in a joking and self-deprecating sort of way. And then he leans forward, conspiratorially. Says,
Hugo leans in.
from one man of action to another, I could not give half a rotten fig for all of the politicking, and I don't care if I get invited to eat at the new king's high table. Do you know what they say about the kingdom of Velus out in the wildlands?
Unfortunately, no. I come from Fernisco, where all that is said that Velus has a bit of a rotten reputation right now.
If you're from as far away as the Republic, then you're from the tamed lands, my friend. That's why you have this smooth baby face, this scarless demeanor. I have high hopes for you, a long journey ahead on which you've only taken one step. And perhaps Velus was that first step. They say that the dragons are returning here, in these mountains.
Hugo's eyes go wide and he says, "Dragons, those are like Air says that they're long gone, yeah?"
Terrible reptilian beasts driven deep, deep underground before the time of the Second Sundering. He seems very excited by the prospect.
And Hugo does his best to play along with that, but it's pretty clear that he's very preoccupied right now with thoughts of how to get back to Strixhaven.
McDowell, remember we did find the dragon yesterday or last session.
We did. We don't know exactly what we found. Hugo's rationalizing that away.
You can rationalize it if you want, but Kristoff goes into detail describing the ferocious reptilian beasts whose hide is as thick and hard as armor that deflects blades and arrows alike. That they have such strong ties to the primal cores of the world that even magic fails to penetrate and damage them. And yet they can turn their elemental spirits against the world in great gouts of fire or acid or biting colds that freezes a man solid. You can't see underneath the table, but it's very clear that Kristoff has a sizable boner discussing these dragons. He's come here because he wants to be the first man in living memory in modern times to slay one of these beasts.
And Hugo's very polite about it. He's not trying to give offense or anything like that, but it like no, I get that. It's just there's also things to consider about one's homeland. Yes, like going out and like your homelands need to be protected too. Yes.
Oh, my homelands are well protected. I have a sizable keep, a moat that I dug myself, a beautiful wife, 3 strong sons, the oldest of which has strong sons of his own. Says, no, my days of building and walking walls are over. My legacy is secure, and so I turn my attention to glory. You are too young a man to understand.
Hugo will try to divert the conversation toward his penchant for small unit tactics, because he's taking a class in that right now, and he's very well interested in whatever insights he might have.
Okay. You learn that Sir Kristoff's father, it would be, father, fought in the Unification War in a band of mercenaries provided by the Kingdom of Velus to the Republic in its time of need. That he returned home from the war. Kristoff was left as the castellan of his father's keep at the time. At some point, Kristoff became They found a good match, and he became married, and he had to go carve out his own place in the wildlands, find a suitable place for a keep that has arable lands for farming. So he has great experience in fighting off both human invaders of the other knights, as well as monstrous creatures out of the woods.
Yeah, no, Hugo's very, very much interested in that kind of thing because he sees himself as more of a protector than anything.
He wonders if he might interest you in a... Since you're taking a class, first of all, he's charmed by the idea that this kind of experience can be gotten through a class. He's kind of charmed by the whole idea of people learning warfare from textbooks and drilling and things. And he says, because he's here to earn glory for himself, he did not bring any of his own men. He traveled to Kelmir alone. But he has a live fire exercise you might be interested in. He believes that one of the fell creatures that is returning to the mountains of Velus is currently being housed in a dungeon behind the palace, and he means to find it.
Hugo leans in. I'm interested.
His plan was to find a few good men amongst the attendees of the coronation, equally thirsty for gold and glory. And he believes he's found in you a kindred spirit.
Well, my companions might be interested, although they may be a little skittish at the idea, especially since we're, foreigners and students besides.
Skittish won't do, he says thoughtfully, and he starts to comb the crumbs out of his mustache. You will have to persuade them.
I'll talk to them, of course.
It would be the night of the coronation, when the palace's eyes are turned elsewhere.
Oh, so this would be a surreptitious sort of a thing.
The first thing he has to do is find out where the entrance to this dungeon even is.
Hugo smiles. He says, I might know.
So, do you tell him?
Yeah.
And
I'll at least say I'll at least say I might know where it is.
And he clasps his hands together and says, you see, already my exemplary judge of character is paying off. Well done. If the information you have is correct, we should have no difficulty finding our way into the dungeon.
Hugo nods and says, truly, I just hope that I can convince my friends to go back into it.
Do you have anything else for Sir Christoph?
Nope.
Leo. You find Aethar Pylus as he's making his rounds in the hostel in the morning, and he greets you warmly and asks if you already had a chance to have breakfast. They served a mug of oats and black coffee.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I had a question, sir. This country is known for the, teleportation and all that. What are the chances that we could get a ride home?
As well,
instead of having to make the very, very perilous, very long trek.
It's just
no way to tell our families that we are where we are,
It is the House of Velus that has teleportation magic. You will find very few countrymen or even members of the nobility that have this power.
Right, but I just was wondering, like, what do you think the chances are we could get this? And if you had any way to maybe put forth an official request. Because we are very far from home.
He tells you that missives come from time to time, and it has been the prerogative of House Velus to politely decline all such requests. That was the old king's method of dealing with it, and then the old king died, and Prince Helmsman and his regents kept doing that. So they will hear your request, but it's almost a form of ceremony now, where you will go forth and give your request and be declined. It is magic that House Velus does not part with lightly.
Okay. Seems a waste. But, alright.
He does ask you, though. Have you considered that the royal house might be interested in learning about how you arrived here?
I figured, to be honest, that you would have already told them what we told you.
Oh, it's not Pylus's part to act as a go-between you and the palace. No, he runs this hostel, and he's an Aethar. He's a man of the cloth.
He asked us, and we told him. Like, we went to there, and yeah.
Yeah, he thought the story was very interesting, but he doesn't have a contact inside the palace, and he doesn't have any duty to report. He just thought the story was very interesting.
I mean, if it was because I hesitate to do that, because if it was a military action on this country's part, then it's a good way for us to get thrown into prison.
So you believe that
as such as it was pointed out to me after I told you everything. And I'll shrug.
He asks if you believe that the House of Velus sent those people to attack that pub in Strixhaven.
I mean, I forget. We didn't really find anything to indicate he was a soldier, just that he was a,
He was wearing Walusian colors, I remember.
Well, he was dressed like a Aethar.
They were dressed like that, but at the end of that encounter, you found out that those people had just kind of been hired on.
Right, and then the one guy, we found a letter, which led back to...
It led you to the House of Cadmere on Strixhaven's campus.
Right.
And then at the House of Cadmere is where you triggered the teleportation circle.
Your honest opinion, because this is Leo trusting the authority figure here. Your honest opinion, do you think it's something worth passing along? Because I can see several reasons why such an event somebody might pretend to be, or several reasons why, I don't know. I don't really have that kind of brain. That's Alistair's area of expertise, digging down into the intrigue and stuff. But
he tells you that his honest opinion of the situation is that the royal house of Velus and the country as a whole, we are a peace-loving people. It is only with great difficulty that the Republicans during the Unification War came here and expressed their need for military aid. And it was only through great difficulty that they achieved their goal. And the sitting king of the time, who would have been Prince Helmsman's probably great-grandfather, maybe only grandfather. I'm not sure. I don't know what the family tree looks like. Only through great difficulty was such aid given. And then at the end of the war, certain payments were not made in exchange. Most Valusans would see the Republic as warmongers, as up-jumped defenders of the faith. Whether or not that expression is founded, I don't know. I've never been to the Republic. You would know better than I. But I do not believe...
meteors on us.
Who did?
I would say they dropped meteor. They came to us. They invaded us and dropped meteors on us. I don't know.
Valus didn't. That was Endoline.
No, I know. I was saying, like, talking about we're warmongers. Like, well, you know.
What he's saying is, from the Valus point of view, Endoline and the Republic have fought back and forth for years and years and years over who gets the control of the church. Like, this is really important. So they throw armies at each other, and there's always death and destruction, and boats get sank, and people's dogs die in the street, and it's all very sad. And then sometimes meteors fall. And whereas Valus is much more like, let's just stay back and chill. We don't need to get involved with these two giants pelvic thrusting each other. Which is why he thinks it's very, very unlikely that the agents who visited Strixhaven and attacked that pub were Valusan agents. But it sounds like they did have access to a teleportation circle, which is only possible with the permission of the royal house.
Mm-hmm. I mean, who would I even tell? And how would I even tell them? Like, I'm not even, like, not only am I not from here, I don't even have, like, whatever makes Alistair which I don't think he's important at all. I kind of lump him in. I tell him about Todd, and it's like, I lump Alistair in with Todd. I don't worry about Alistair.
I love Todd. He's a great guy.
Yeah, but so I wouldn't even know where to even start.
If you were to present yourself at the palace, perhaps there would be somebody to report to. Perhaps even Regent Telibris himself would be interested to hear the story.
So I just walk up and say, I want an audience?
You could make the request. The worst they could do is say no. And of course, right now, there's much preparation happening for the coronation.
Is there any way you could help me make the request? Like I said, I'm kind of out of my depth here doing that kind of stuff.
He tells you that the reason he is able to provide fresh linens and warm oats to the neediest travelers in Kelmir is because he does not devote any of the hours of his day to playing at games of nobility. We all have our roles in this world, and mine is to be a humble servant. But I do wish you well in your endeavor.
So, now you're giving me mixed messages. But okay. Like, he said he thought it was important enough that I report this to them. But then said, do it yourself. I don't know. Like I said, mixed messages.
But he asked you if you thought it might be important.
Oh.
You asked for his opinion on whether or not the guy was a Valusan agent. And he didn't think that was likely.
Okay. Well.
Do you have anything else for Aethar Pylus?
No. I'll go back to the wherever we decided to meet.
Okay. Genevieve, you're heading back to the palace library. Why?
So Genevieve's gonna keep looking into teleportation more. But for this encounter, one, if the prince shows up again, she would actually speak to him this time. And then two, she makes the connection that, well, they were teleported from House Cadmere, so she's going to pivot to look into House Cadmere.
There wouldn't be any information here about House Cadmere. That's a... Is
there no historical archive of, like, their deeds and...
Not in this library. You might be able to find something like that in a Republic library.
Was House Cadmere not Waylusin? That was my understanding.
Don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
They were... I have this in a different note file. Because it was for the...
For the previous dungeon.
Yeah, it was for the previous session before all of this, which I developed like 4 months ago. My recollection of it is that the Cadmeres were one of like the heavy investors at the founding of Strixhaven, to the point where the family was able to build upon the land where Strixhaven was being developed. That's where the manor house came from.
She's trying to investigate why they would have teleportation access.
As far as you can tell, with your studies yesterday and today, teleportation magic just... You can't see a way for it to be possible without the royal house's involvement. It's house magic all the way down. And it's not the kind of thing that can be done. It would be like trying to start a fire without oxygen.
Yeah, unless I can figure out like a chance encounter here, like I don't think that this is going to pan out very much for her.
Okay. In the morning, as the young prince and his two guardsmen and his governess come in for the morning lessons, and it's the same routine. Previously, you were here during his afternoon lessons. Now you're here kind of first thing in the morning, right after you had your breakfast. And they have their corner of the library where they sit down. And it's just like before. They don't even acknowledge your presence. It's a very quiet room. And you're the only other patron here at the moment.
She would try and find, like, a moment to just sort of say as a passing compliment, like, pays to study morning and night. Heh thumbs up, like really like awkward, like scared.
Well, as you approach and address the prince at all, the two guardsmen stand up. Well, they would already be standing. One of them would take a step towards you. Not in a menacing way, just as like this. It's literally this guy's job to be between the quality and the rest of the world.
She would say, sorry, was looking to put this book back over there, and she'll point in that direction.
Okay.
Can I hand this to you?
And the governess looks
back.
back.
And then she would say what she is saying, and then kind of look at the prince and be like, pays to study morning, noon, and night.
He doesn't seem to agree. He makes a kind of pouty face and stares down dumbly at his book. Says, well, I don't think so. And his governess admonishes him, but then she agrees to take the book that you're handing forth, which would involve you stepping past the two guardsmen.
Correct. Yeah, which is why she's handing it off.
How is Genevieve? Are you dressed like in your armor? Like, what's going on?
No, she would be dressed in like her uniform, I guess, at this point, or I don't know,
like your school uniform.
Whatever clothes, like if we all went out to get uniform replacements or whatever, I don't think we did. So she'd just be wearing her uniform.
She takes the book from your hand and sets it aside onto the stack. She says, now look here, Your Grace. This young woman is from the school of Strixhaven. Do you see? And the boy looks up, looks at your uniform.
She meekly says hello with a little bit of a wave, and then realizes she should probably kneel, and does that.
You kneel before him?
Whatever the proper way to address a noble would be.
Then the question becomes, what does Genevieve think the proper way to address this foreign noble would be?
I mean, the player Raz doesn't know, but Genevieve is studied on this sort of thing, so she'd probably know.
Give me a history check.
27.
Okay.
I'm debating whether I should make a fool of myself, but this might actually be a useful contract, and I don't want to break it, so we'll take my critical success.
Don't want the shiny stone. Got it. So the proper form...
I do want the shiny stone, but it's just the stakes are high here.
The proper form of address is Your Grace. He is a member of the royal family.
And she would say...
But within the kingdom of Velus, this would be much different in Endoline or in Deleu, which are also monarchies. But in the kingdom of Velus, it would be inappropriate for you to kneel because you are not the prince's subject. You're not a Velusan citizen. He's not your lord. He's not your king. If you were coming before the head of state in the Empire of Deleu, it would be required that you genuflect on the ground. But in Velus, that would be improper. So a fair amount of deference would be good, like it would might to decline your head in greeting, but kneeling and bowing and all the hey is not necessary here.
She would do the correct thing.
Okay.
Just nervously.
The prince says, I don't know why anybody would want to go to a place where all they do is study. It seems like a waste of time.
Is he addressing Genevieve to speak, or is he just making an offhanded remark?
He's in a bad mood, and he's arguing with his governess, who's trying to convince him that studying is good. He's just kind of generally grousing about having to study.
Genevieve would say, "Oh, it's fun. You learn a lot." And then she would clam up. Sorry, speaking out of turn.
The governess asks what you're studying at Strixhaven, and what's your passive insight?
10, probably.
10?
10, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the governess asks what you're studying at Strixhaven.
Genevieve says, applied magical theory, magical secrets, myco-alchemy, intermediate and advanced armor smithing, natural and magical physics, calculations, and arithmetic and algebra, and small unit tactics. I try to be rather well-rounded.
The only thing that you just mentioned that gets any interest whatsoever from the young prince is his eyes go kind of wide for a moment. But then he crosses his arms and says, "You don't know how to make armor. You're not a smith."
I do, actually. She steps back a bit and says, permission to conjure my armor. Don't want to surprise anybody. And she puts up her hands, in front of her to show that she's, doesn't have anything in her hands. And if nobody objects, she dons her armor, which just basically magically appears around her and suits her.
And when you do that, the two guardsmen next to you, their hands go down onto their swords.
Sorry, I warned you. I'll take it off.
The boy looks he looks shocked. Taken aback.
Takes her armor. She kind of gestures, and her armor fades away, and she goes back to her normal outfit. She goes, "I took several years to study to do that."
And the boy
can do it.
Shoves two of the books across the table. Says, "I'm not studying heraldry anymore. I want to learn how to do that."
And Genevieve looks mortified. that she has influenced somebody positively, but like also somebody of this high up in the nobility.
Were you the one telling these people you don't want to make a diplomatic incident?
Yes, and that's exactly what I hope Genevieve would do.
Is there,
As a player, I'm thrilled with how this turned out. As Genevieve, I'm horrified.
is there any piece of practical information you could give this 8-year-old boy in this moment that would appease him?
If he genuinely is interested in this, he would say the tools make the armor. And then she'd start pulling out her tools, which she somehow has in her bag. And she'd probably get like super invested and interested in this, and they would have to cart her away.
Okay. At one point, so you're going to spend your morning here doing this?
Yeah. No, this is just what's going to happen.
At one point, the governess surreptitiously whispers to you and says, "You would have his brother's thanks if you could steer the lesson back towards Velusian heraldry."
Making armor is great and all, but you have to have people to make the armor for. And if you don't know the history of those people, then you won't know what armor they need and how to best protect them. And I guess where I'm going is you have to be well-rounded and know a lot of things about stuff.
He asks you, "Do you know all of the Velusian heraldry?"
Well, I know some, and she starts to list off the ones that she knows. She's proficient in history.
Okay, so you know some.
Yeah.
Give me.
And then she'll say like these people, and this is the armor that they wore historically, and like she'll talk for like 5 minutes about this, and everybody will probably be bored to tears. But
give me a persuasion check. I'll let you make this at advantage because you are trained also in history. Let's see if you can convince the prince to go back to his heraldry lesson.
Ooh. Well, I got another 20.
Okay.
What is this? Persuasion?
Persuasion.
21.
Okay. Whether this was your intent or not, you've convinced the young prince that the first step to learning to do the kind of magic armor smithing that you just demonstrated is to learn the proper heraldry. You have to learn which house has the pear emblazoned on their escutcheon and which house has the grapes, so to speak.
Yes.
And he returns back to his lesson, and you get a thankful look from the governess.
And Genevieve very, very quickly departs.
Okay. Let me make a note that you've just caused a diplomatic incident.
Sweet.
Geppa, you got a 26
Yeah, that sounds right.
to follow the Heelys around. The Heelys meet with a couple of different merchants in town. They walk through the markets. They get a basket of sundries, fruits and breads and cheeses and things. They visit a tailor's shop. At one point, they visit a cartographer. Are you going to try to go inside the shop to overhear what's going on at any of these places?
Yeah.
Okay.
I currently look like a local merchant. How long does this all take? I need to cast a disguise self every hour.
This could all be done in probably 2 hours, so you probably spend most of the morning doing this.
I can knock a couple spells off then. I'll disguise myself as a different merchant after the first one runs out to see if maybe a little bit less conspicuous, but mostly just relying on being able to be a fucking ghost.
Right, we got this 26 stealth that we're working with here, so it's doing pretty good. And you don't want to turn that over to trade winds for a shiny stone?
No, I'm good right now.
At the tailor's shop, they're checking up on the outfits that they plan to wear to the coronation.
Mm-hmm.
And Gep is like 6 months old, right?
Yeah.
Are you?
I think I'm 3.
Is Geppa trained in history?
No.
No.
I have a +1 history from intelligence, but I believe I am canonically 3. Let me double check my notes. Yes.
The best you can see, like the clothes that they're getting, look like fancy Republican clothes, like a Ferniscan noble might wear.
Uh-huh.
When they go to the cartographer's shop, and once again, you kind of sneak in behind them, they're not in the shop proper. The shopkeep has taken them into a back room and closed the door. And you cannot hear what they're discussing while you're out in the main shop, surrounded by very handsome maps.
As soon as they do that, I'm gonna take a look around. Is there another entrance to the back area? So like a window or anything?
So the shop would be downstairs. They went behind a door, which you surmise must have a staircase going up to the second level, which is probably where the shopkeep's apartments are.
Are there windows up there?
On the second floor?
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Well, I can climb walls pretty well, so I'm going to try and climb up a wall and peek and see if I can find any windows that might give me a place to eavesdrop.
God, this is a scene right out of my novel. This is exactly what happens. Okay. So yeah, you go up, you manage to crack a window and just kind of listening. They've hired the cartographer as a forger. And what he's forging for them are written invitations in the regent's hand for the coronation.
Do I get an idea of how much he's charging?
That's what they're arguing about, actually.
Excellent.
He's charging them some outrageous amount of gold, which apparently is not the amount they originally agreed on. The complication is that he's had to age the material, and so he's definitely gouging these kids. He's definitely trying to take advantage of them.
Okay.
Some gold changes hands, but most of what they have to do is just offer promises. They just have to offer such and such payment in the future on the honor of House Healy. House Healy is the governor's house from the province of Velumore.
Right.
The cartographer seems pleased.
How long do we have until the coronation?
It's in a couple of days.
Okay.
He's saying that the materials will be delivered before midday tomorrow.
Beautiful. Okay.
So the kids are not happy. They feel like they seem like they're way in over their heads, and they didn't bring nearly enough money for this.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do from that point?
I'm going to continue tracking them, but I definitely need to hook back up with Alistair after this because I've got a plan.
Got a plan. Well, Alistair wanted to find out about the rest of the envoys.
Yeah, and what all these envoys are actually planning to do at this coronation. Are they just going to sit there? Are they come bearing gifts? Like, what's the
Find out
reason
which ones are envoys and which ones are delegates.
Yes, and specifically, Alistair wants to try, if he finds out these envoys have invitations, he wants to see an actual invitation because he can create things out of nothing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As far as you can tell, the Royal House has sent out... Wait, this doesn't make sense. Hold on. I have to make sense of my own notes here to answer this question.
Is there an M dash in the description? Because that might be a sign it was written by ChatGTP.
I use M dashes all the time. I constantly... I think I wrote a blog post this week. I use them constantly.
Do you realize there's a legal distinction between an M dash and a normal dash in an actual legal document?
Yes.
That's something I've learned.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, that's why they're called N dashes and M dashes, because an N dash is the width of an M, an N in the typeface, and an M dash. Anyway, Alistair.
Lawyers being pedantic about something you don't say.
Word on the street is that only 2 of these invitations were sent out to the Empire of Delu and the Kingdom of Endoline. You know, because you've spoken to Hugo, that this guy from the Free Knights has also shown up, and you've also found the 2 Heelys.
Sorry, where were these invitations sent? Endoline
and Delu. Honorable Kasai must have set out on his journey long before the invite was ever sent, and apparently the naval captain from Endoline accepted a teleportation to the Kingdom of Velus. This is big information because this is like the first time this has happened in anybody's recent memory. The Royal House of Velus has teleported somebody here, and the person they teleported is this big naval captain from Endoline.
But he's not here as an envoy because he wasn't sent an envoy invitation.
She was. She was sent an invitation.
Okay.
The invitation had, like, do X, Y, and Z if you want us to teleport you over here, and she accepted.
Okay, so the naval captain is here officially for the coronation, and then somebody from the Empire is here, and then Kingdom of Endoline is here.
The naval captain is from the Kingdom of Endoline. Honorable Kasai is from the Empire of Delu. Sir Christoph, he would have just ridden here on his horse. Like maybe his fiefdom borders part of Velus. And you don't know how the Heelys got here.
Okay, so far, the only people that shouldn't be here are the Heelys. Is that what I'm understanding?
It would be very, as far as you know, given the history between your country and this country, it would be very, very strange for an invitation to have been sent to the Republic and all. And even if it had been, it would not have been sent to Velumore. That doesn't make any sense. It's not the seat of governance.
Okay, so the question is, why are the Heelys here? Dun dun dun. What are these invited people expected to do at this coronation? Just attend and watch? Are they supposed to offer gifts?
Pick one and spy on them. Let's see if you can find out.
The naval captain is the one that Hugo was talking to, right?
No, Hugo was talking to Sir Christoph, who's here alone. Okay. The naval captain from Endoline, she has the biggest contingent. Like, she would have taken up like a whole city block with the people that have come along with her. She's the one spreading the most money around. She's also the only one you guys have not run into yet.
Yeah, we'll deal with Kasai instead then.
You want to go speak with Honorable Kasai?
Yeah.
Give me a charisma investigation check.
Who are you and what have you done with Chris?
It's like a 27. I'm sorry, like a 20.
So doing some asking around Kasai's party. You go back to the dojo that Leo told you about, where he was visiting, and he has a contingent or a party of maybe 12 or 15 people that have come along with them, and some of them are popular right now because they've they're at the end of a very, very long journey. But the word on the street is, some people who've spoken with Kasai's party, is that Kasai intends to give a gift of great magic and influence, although nobody knows exactly what that is.
Okay. So we have envoys here. They're expected to give gifts. So Alistair makes a note to himself when he tags back up with Geppa to figure out what do the Heelys plan to give as a gift if they're here to attend this coronation.
So Geppa and Alistair reconvening after your morning excursions. And then what happens? I'm interested. I'm as interested as anybody else.
All right, Alistair, I explained everything that I've done. Here's my thought. You distract the Heelys. I disguise myself as one of them and intercept the forged invitation tomorrow.
Okay. My first thought was, what if we let the people know that the Heelys are here with forged invitations? But that could work too. But so, looking at the other people that are here officially, they plan to bring gifts. So what the hell do the Heelys plan to give as a gift? Or are they here to try and assassinate the prince or something instead?
Those two aren't assassins.
No? Okay.
I've had a knife shoved between my ribs before, Alistair. Neither of those kids are at all capable of doing it. Or they are literally the planet's best assassins. It's one or the other.
Then why the hell are they here? Like, you would think that if the court knows exactly how many people were invited, that people showing up from an uninvited place would be pretty obvious. So I guess part of the question would be what exactly the invitation's saying. So yeah, let's go with your plan.
They're probably trying to get a power play to get Vellamore somehow, from my understanding, like, okay, I don't know politics as well as you, but I'm pretty sure that the only reason they'd be here is to try and get some sort of magical teleportation stuff for their home province, right?
Yeah,
so
well, that's my first thought too.
Maybe they can get more stay in the Republic or something. Maybe they can become the head speaker. Is that how it works? All the speakers vote for a super speaker?
My first thought was maybe they're trying to get access to teleportation so they can suddenly be the people that brought teleportation back to the Republic.
Something like that, yeah. I mean, I don't know. But, the best I can figure is I can easily disguise myself as one of them. And then, unless you want to do that, you're better at lying than I am. Do you have magic that makes you look like someone else?
No, I don't. Do you?
Yeah. So I can look like one of them. I can be the person that I can, whichever one of them you think, doesn't matter, they're both basically the same height. I'll look like one of them. You get them out of the way when their materials are being delivered, and then you make fake bad materials that look like the real ones but aren't as good, and then I look like the guy that delivered them and deliver them later.
Okay, so you want me to fabricate some fake imitations?
Yeah, after we get the real ones, then we fabricate a bad version, and I give it to them looking like the person who delivered it in the first place.
I love it.
Hugo.
Sure.
You were going to try to convince these guys to help you and Sir Christoph hunt a dragon.
Yeah. I mean, we know of where a dragon is. This Christoph fellow might be able to move levers in such a way that we could get in access to this complex by, legal means rather than surreptitious sneaking and stuff.
But I don't want to hunt the dragon. Like,
wait, you mean the old sick dragon?
I don't know what that was, but if we're operating under the assumption that it was indeed a dragon, then I guess we're doing that.
I mean,
it is dangerous if it just stays there. It could come out at any time and then attack.
No, I don't think it can come out. I don't know. Leo, you said it seemed like it was trapped or something, right?
It was it's sick. I think it needs help, but when I offered to help it, whoosh.
Nearly killed you. Yes.
What do you think anybody here would know how to convince a dragon to take some help? Maybe
How many people
the
here
priest?
know the dragon exists? I mean, this Christoph fellow seems to think it's just a rumor.
Well, since we're talking about stuff, I asked the priest about, like how difficult it would be to request a trip home, and basically got told that they don't do that. They have it's like a funny game to them. You submit, please give us teleport, and then they go no.
See,
And
Genevieve, this is why you should have made friends with the prince the other day.
and
I did actually, and I might have convinced him to become an armorer.
Wait,
She
what?
laughs nervously. He likes my armor and wants to make armor now. And
Wait. You actually talked to him? And Alistair just starts laughing.
Well, I didn't intend to, but it sort of just happened. I had to return a book, and they said something, and then I replied, and then realized it was the prince, and...
Leo, maybe she's useful.
Hey, I'm useful in all sorts of ways.
Alistair,
She's suddenly not very bashful anymore.
don't be a dick, Alistair.
Yeah, Alistair. Not
Yeah,
gonna
Alistair.
fucking mean.
Well,
But-
I mean, this is good. This is good, though, right? Like, did you get to a spot where you can talk to him later, you think?
Oh, almost certainly not, but... Well, maybe I could go back again and see if...
Well, how did you get him interested in armor? Like, what does Genevieve tell us what actually happened? Everything
Yeah,
there?
she tells you the whole story about, like, how they asked about what... They pointed out she was at Strixhaven because she was in her uniform. She told what classes she's studying, and the prince said, I want to study that. And then she activated her armor, which, like, basically puts it on, like, it's Samus Aran's power armor. Like, that's
So what
what I
if-
imagine it looking like.
What if you were able to go talk to his governess and maybe you can get in to tutor him, and then we can make a request for teleportation after the prince is your friend and on your side?
I mean, I did think about that, admittedly, afterward when I was
Counterpoint.
writing my book.
Oh, yeah.
But she talks about how she was thinking about how her note to write back to her mother and father would be, Mom, I accepted a position as a tutor in Wayloose. And how cool that would be. And then she thought about the rest of you, and immediately just her mind went to other ideas.
So here's the problem with that, though, is then the child would be sending his tutor away, and
I mean, I'd come back.
I don't think he would want that, sending his
What?
tutor away.
But
I'd
what
come
if
back
what
in
if
2
Genevieve
years.
came back? Yeah, like one day a week or one day a month to tutor. Like they
Are
can
you
teleport.
kidding?
So
I could have tenure lined up before I even get out of school.
I mean, being a royal tutor seems like it'd be a big deal.
It pays better than theater work.
So where
what if-
where do we land on wanting to hunt this dragon?
Oh, right, the dragon.
Genevieve
Alistair's not in
doesn't like
favor of
the idea.
killing a wounded dragon that's probably in pain and needs help.
I mean, I would like to help the dragon. I'm okay with like going in there and looking at the dragon, but I don't want to kill it. So, I want to offer it assistance if possible.
Genevieve
if it-
doesn't like the idea because it's not really proving to be a threat to anybody, other than unsuspecting and nosy party members.
Well, why did this guy want us to hunt the dragon? Anyway, what was your play there, Hugo?
To get back
Is-
into the dungeon.
Yes,
Oh.
I got that. Like,
I mean he wants something, we want the same thing. We just have different end goals. We work
I mean,
together.
he wants it for glory. What do we get out of it?
When is he wanting to go? Well, like we're looking
during the coronation when the fewest eyes will be on it.
So a few days from now, okay. Well, I see the benefits of going in there because that's where we came from. So presumably
Yeah.
there's a way back, maybe.
I'm sure
What
there's
if the-
something deeper in there than we got, but
What if
If
the
nothing else-
dragon knows the way back? Genevieve just
like what,
speaks
right
out
on his
loud.
back and flies us home?
No, I mean maybe. I mean, aren't these creatures like ancient and like all-knowing? Maybe teleportation magic is something that would be in their purvey.
I don't know.
Oh my god, what if this kingdom is actually tapping into the dragon's magic and forcing him to do teleportation? What if he's their captive?
That's
What
ridiculous.
What if?
Yeah, Alistair, you're kind of going off in the weeds again.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, right? And Genevieve is like,
Genevieve,
"Wait
get
a
out of the weeds.
second."
Get out of the weeds. Don't follow him into the weeds.
So
I mean, I have to write down every.
There
love
lies
this.
dragons.
Why
No,
don't we-
dragons.
why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute break, get your coffee, get your bagel, and think about what we want to do for afternoon actions, and see if we can get into even more trouble. So
How
let's-
many international
Probably good.
incidents?
Well,
Is
we
the
definitely
episode
can
title
get-
for this? How many international incidents can we cause?
Re-
Okay,
I've never
reconvene,
done anything that could be considered trouble.
reconvene at about 4:35.
Sounds good.
I need a bagel.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
About what?
For being late, I assume.
I don't think most other people are back.
Oh, okay.
You're the first one to talk.
Oh, interesting. Okay. No, usually like I'm down there eating and then I think to myself like, oh my god, I'm not keeping track of time. Everybody's waiting on me. In the like 5 minutes I was downstairs or whatever, the cat immediately commandeered my seat. Oh, you broke your water gun. I gotta fix that. Maya, wait, hold on. You broke the water. Fix it. There you go.
Like, I don't know. Should I go looking for bad D&D takes? Since I didn't see any this
No.
week.
Let them come to
You
you.
shouldn't.
Let them come. How would they come to me? They would have to come from one of you guys if they were going to come to me.
You'll
Yeah,
find
that's
them
fine.
if you're meant to.
Raz, what's your worst D&D take? Let's hear it.
I don't like death saves. I think that your hit dice and your death saves should be the same thing.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, it does.
How?
You spend hit dice to succeed, and when you take damage, instead of
making a death
instead
saving
of
throw,
making
you'd
a
lose
death
a hit
save, you
die.
spend a hit die. Yeah.
Yeah. And
And
at
if you're
level
on the
1,
hit dice, then you start dying.
yeah, at level 1 you would have 4 hit dice.
How would I ever kill a player character if you could just pass like 8 death saves?
I've been playing a lot of Saga Frontier 2. I like LP. Okay, LP are cool. I panicked. That was the first thing I thought of. It's something I was gonna pitch if I was ever gonna play D&D. But I really do dislike death saves because rolling a 1 on a death saving throw is like your character dies due to chance. Like that's silly.
No, that's just D&D, man. That's how it's always been. That sounds like something someone would say when they've never had to make a saving throw against Rod, Staff, or Wand.
I played Baldur's Gate 2, so like I sort of did that. Of course, you could easily reload.
Was that based on first or second edition?
Based on second edition. Yeah.
Second edition.
Oh, okay.
Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are 2e. Yeah. So like I know all about like THAC0 and how to calculate it and.
Wait, were those did those games have the second edition saving throws?
Yeah.
Yep.
Did Planescape Torment?
That's only one of those.
Planescape also did that. Torment.
Yeah.
Like if I booted up Torment, I could go look in the character sheet and it would say Rod, Staff, or Wand.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Icewind Dale uses the most hideous system I've ever seen, where it hacks together second and third edition rules.
That would be tough.
It uses like weapon speed in addition to third edition initiative.
Okay. I don't know why you would
that's my reaction too.
do that. Like 5th edition has optional rules for doing that? Here's something that's true. I don't know why it's true or how it's true, but I think it speaks to the strength of 5th edition. Is you can fairly easily convert 3rd edition stuff into 5th edition. Pretty easily. And you can fairly easily convert 2nd edition stuff into 5th edition. Been there, done that. But I remember it being virtually impossible to convert stuff from 2nd into 3rd. That was always a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah. It is very difficult.
It is.
There you go. That's Planescape right there. That's the character sheet. Saving throws: paralyzed, poison, death 12, rod, staff, wand 11.
Wow.
And then it scrolls further down, but like, yeah.
Nice.
Lore 37. I think that might be something that they added in. Lore is basically your ability to identify shit without casting Identify.
Hi, Mort. How are you?
God, that game is so good.
I mean, my apparently bad D&D take is that it's too easy to be a paladin or warlock or cleric in 5th edition. Like, I am of the opinion that if you play those classes, there is there's baggage that comes with them, and it gives you, and like you have to deal with that baggage. Or if you don't want to deal with the baggage, don't play those characters. Does that make
Sometimes
sense?
you acquire the baggage on the way.
Right. But like, if you don't want
that was Benedict. He acquired it as he went.
If you don't want the baggage of like serving something that might butt in and force you to do things that maybe your character doesn't want to do, don't be a warlock.
So canonically,
I think that's advice for the characters and not for the player.
In 5th edition, a warlock's patron cannot rescind the powers that they give out. But there's no reason in the canon why a paladin or cleric's deity could not. Not all paladins have to follow a deity.
Yeah. They're in previous... So, I know in 4th edition, paladins' deities can't rescind powers.
Right, that was... That was explicit.
Cleric deities can in 4th edition, but in 3rd edition, clerics don't have to serve deities. Clerics could declare that they were worshippers of a concept.
Yeah,
in
you
3rd
can.
Edition.
That's pretty standard throughout all editions.
So, like, you could say I was the worship in because you could say I worship the healing domain. And I'm a follower of the healing domain, therefore.
Well, the factal of
I didn't like that.
The factal of the Aethar in Planescape is a very high level cleric, and he still gets spells.
So,
I was gonna say, isn't there like a neutral, like, basically it's you worship the universe or something, but apparently that's EO and that's like something different.
Again, in Planescape. In the Transcendent Order, many of the clerics in the Transcendent Order pray to what they call the cadence of the universe. And they also get spells.
But what I'm saying is, like, that's, like, maybe you don't disagree with what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a bad D&D take that you might agree or disagree with, but apparently, like, the general consensus is, like, taking, like, it's bad for the DM to do so. So, like, I don't know. It's one of the reasons why, like, it would have been better mechanically for me to multi-class, and I thought about it a couple of times into Warlock on Nerium, but like in my brain, being a Warlock has baggage.
Well, in 5th edition, I remember looking into this years ago, and because I wanted to see what was the difference between the Paladin and all the different editions. And yeah, 5th edition states, if a paladin willfully violates his or her oath and shows no sign of repentance, the consequences can be serious. The DM might force the player to abandon the class and adopt another. So, I don't that I would ever do that with a paladin player at my table, but like the book says I can.
Right, but the general consensus is that DM shouldn't do that to their players.
Well, yeah.
And so my bad against the general consensus, that's why I'm calling it a bad take, is that if you sign up for those classes, classes where there is inbuilt baggage, source, like, I think that the 3 classes that have inbuilt baggage are well 4 because clerics kind of too, but clerics too, but I think less so than paladins because cleric you could be like
you can get away a lot as a cleric.
paladins are imbued by a force to do a specific task in the world.
I'm gonna
And
expand on your
are
hot take, if you don't
Yeah.
mind.
Sure.
What players actually rail against is having anything taken away from them ever. Modern D&D players don't ever want to lose any kind of state, ever.
It's not even so much like losing state. It's like I'm like they don't even like that for sure. Yeah, too. But like I've seen, they don't want somebody to dictate anything about their character,
Right.
whether it's losing state or whatever.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. So like, you come in
Wait.
and what? Yep.
No, continue. Sorry.
I was gonna say like, you have a warlock patron come in and be like, you need to do this thing for me or there's going to be consequences. Well, this thing is contrary to what what the warlock player actually wants to do. They're upset that they would get upset at you for saying there are consequences for going against the patron, whether it's even something, and I think again, baggage, the 4 classes that have baggage, well, 3
I
and
think
a
any
half,
class
I
can
think-
have baggage.
I get that.
Yeah.
I think
Totally.
a good compromise there is that like the DM shouldn't like hand wave or fiat like, okay, this is a new permanent change on you with no say. Like, have a conversation about it or introduce an ultimatum. Like,
What?
if Benedict, for example, was going to become a blackguard, there should be a trigger, and I should know what the trigger is so I can avoid it, or I can choose not to avoid it. Then I don't lose my agency. For
The conversation at
yeah, have a
would be
conversation.
in
is what we're going
in
for.
session 0 for me would be, if you pick this class, be aware that I feel these classes have baggage. Therefore, you may be called to do things that maybe you don't want to do, and if
And
you
I
don't
think that's
do them,
perfectly valid.
Rick
you
Road
will
and I
be-
had quite a bit of offline discussion when I brought Razu back from the dead.
So it's like if you
Yeah, Razu had to change her
yeah.
oath when she came back. Didn't she change her oath in like her subclass?
She did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'll have to forgive me because this was 47 years ago, but I
Yeah.
believe my argument at that time, which is not a general argument for paladins breaking oaths, it's just what made sense for this player in this moment, was that like Razu had been brought back by a specific deity for a specific reason, and she had reached the end of what she felt she could do in her previous oath. Like her original oath, that path was now done, which is why she couldn't go back to it. And then she went forward with her new deity, which is the
Right.
best deity in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes,
And then
confirmed.
they sent the Paladin hit squad after you because 4th edition
Yep.
says Paladins can break their oaths all they want and God can't do anything, but they might send the hit squad out. And I always thought that was super dumb. But I took my opportunity to put it into practice.
No, yeah, I get that.
And much
I
fun
feel-
was had by all, right?
Yeah, it was
feel
fun.
like I feel like a hit squad in that case would make a lot of sense because there was like in that world particular because there was a lot of interference about what like gods and things could do, and also you had the added layer of like they were not like, it was full of what you call living gods, but none of them were like particularly like strong gods.
Right.
So it would make sense that there was, and that's the kind of stuff that's fine, but
I thought it. I think I
Again,
thought it, at the time it made sense because Razu would have, like, her oath would have been a very lawful evil culture. Like they have a strict set of rules you need to follow, and if you don't, we're gonna come and punish you.
But like
Yeah.
people send like bounties and warrants out for blackguards all the time,
Mm.
and a paladin is just somebody else's blackguard, right?
Yeah,
or a blackguard is
kind
just
of.
somebody else's paladin. So like, I don't see the problem with like paladins being hunted down by other.
it's
tribes.
that there's not a problem with that per se. What
Yeah.
made it funny in 4th edition is because 4th edition explicitly
They codified
states
it?
paladins can never lose their powers ever under any circumstances. But if
Well,
they
they
break,
can if they die.
but if they break their oath, like their order might send out the hit squad. It's just the way they framed it in the player's handbook was very funny to me at least.
I could see a situation where you could argue that because, like, again, they're imbued by a external power to perform a special thing, a special task in the world, and you could argue, that deity is to
Are we
interfere
waiting
in
on
the
Chris?
world that
We're still waiting on
much.
Chris, right?
Oh, I've been back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any hot takes. I just have really terrible D&D.
Yeah, all my takes are good, so I can't participate. This isn't
You have
fair.
good takes.
Sorry, I thought we were still waiting on a player to come back, and I looked at the time, and I'm like,
We were doing the pregame banter is lasting a long time for this person who's like skipped ahead 2 hours.
the mid-game banter was...
On point.
None of you are paladins,
Listen.
right? Like, I don't have to worry about this right now?
No.
No,
Oh, thank God.
No.
I just feel like,
Alistair's playing one in a performance.
yeah, D&D would just play so much better if every player was allowed to propose one house rule and the DM had to go with it. I mean, that just make the campaign so much more interesting.
Sounds like you need to start running a table, because I will never adopt that.
Cyrus, I want my house rule contribution to be that you pay the players $1,000 every session.
See, look at how much more interesting the game is already going to be.
Yeah, I'm already financially invested, and so are you.
Oh, no. Okay. All right, I'm only going to continue this session if everybody buys my new crypto coin that I'm launching.
Brick coin.
You need to you need to mint your character
No,
sheets
that's
as D&D NFTs.
Dustle already made Flumph coin.
Yeah, sitting on a laptop somewhere.
Anyway, so we have this magnificent plan. Let me see if I understand the plan. Alistair is
Yes.
going to distract the Healy siblings, Edgarine and Itilis. So Alistair's distracting them. Meanwhile, Geppa is going to disguise self as one of the siblings to intercept the package from the cartographer. At that point, you're going
Alistair
to
will
show
get-
the package to Alistair so Alistair can fabricate a fake invitation. And then Alistair is going to disguise himself as the delivery boy and give the fake invitation to the Heelys.
No,
No,
Geppa's
Geppa
gonna
again the second time, because he's the one who disguised self.
Geppa's
But other than
disguising
that,
both times. Okay.
Yes.
And Alistair is going to make sure Geppa has a primer on Republic nobility and noble houses and stuff, so he's not a complete idiot pretending to be them. And he'll also tell Geppa what he remembers about these two from when he last knew them.
Is Geppa interested in retaining any of that information whatsoever?
No, I'm assuming they're just going to hand me a thing. I'm going to take it.
Okay, so you just smile and nod
They're
when
buying this
Alistair...
largely on credit, so.
All right. Alistair, how would you like to distract the siblings?
He'll just walk up to them and start talking.
About what?
You do have to get them away from the... It would be ideal if you got them away from the entrance to the hostel where I'll be posing as one of them.
Okay, let me
Are you enlisting anybody else's help in this scheme, or is Alistair going to do this distraction by himself?
I'm not sure anybody else in this party would help out.
Is this happening today? I thought that they were getting their thing the next day.
It's going down midday the next day. I just want to...
So I'm looking.
I want to get this
I got-
taken care of before we do the rest of the scenes in between.
Okay.
I mean, I got Mage Hand, I got Minor Illusion. I'm wondering if I just made one of them blind, if that would be a sufficient distraction.
That would be an attack.
It would cause a distraction. Yeah,
Well,
no, I think
I'm
he's,
on the distraction team.
yeah, Alistair doesn't really want to get arrested, so
Yeah, probably good. So what is Alistair doing to distract them? They're trying to get them away from this long enough for...
Alistair will catch them before they get close to the area when they're like leaving to head over to pick up their passes.
Okay.
So basically, after as soon as they go to leave the hostile, once they get outside,
Okay.
and he's gonna approach them and talk about how good it is to see them, and he's really sorry about how things went the other day. It's so rare to see other people from the Republic, and he was really excited, but he wasn't sure what to do. He thought, maybe you guys were here to sell teleportation magic, but I guess that's not really the case. So, how come you guys are here? Like, it's kind of boring. I was hoping I could like help out, or he's just basically gonna try and talk their ear off and hold them in place and distract them for as long as possible.
Okay. Give me a deception check. And Geppa,
Yes.
I'm going to need a deception check from you as well, but you can make yours at advantage because you're going to be using Disguise Self.
That's a 17. Also got some D4s.
Those would be on your character sheet if you had them.
They would be. I don't have any for deception yet. Actually, no, I do have one for deception. You know what? Screw it, let's use it.
Well, the
that's
17
a 4.
passes. The 17's good.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, advantage, not the bad one, the good one. That's a 16.
All right. So the Heelys are already kind of distracted as you approach them because they're waiting on this package to come. But you approach them with contrition, like, hey, sorry I showed my ass earlier. I'm just bored in town. It's, coming across other Republican nobles. And you managed to get their heads turned long enough for Geppa to sneak out. Which one is Geppa disguising himself as?
Which one do I think I have the better chance of imitating their voice? Probably the boy, right?
Probably Ed Green. Yeah, probably the brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's the only thing I have to do since I look exactly like them thanks to magic.
Okay. Then yeah, one of the couriers in the city hands off a small leather satchel to you. It would be prudent at this moment to tip him.
Oh, I'll give him 4 silver pieces.
Okay.
Seems like a tip for a courier. I don't know.
I don't know either.
And then I will form a mental link with Alistair and tell him I've got the package. Let's get somewhere private so you can make the copy.
Well, I'm not holding you guys up from doing anything, am I? You look like you're trying to get away. Like,
no, they're very
sorry.
polite, but they are, they're not. They do assert their need to get on with their business, but maybe they can.
And I will dispel the disguise self at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, Alistair will let them go, and hope we'll see you guys again soon. Nice talking to you.
So you're going to. So yeah, inside the satchel, as you guys get back into private, is a falsified invitation. It is faintly magical. It is imbued essentially with like a signature magic. So if you were to intercept this missive or you were to receive this and you were to run some arcane testing on it, it would read to you as though it was official House Velus correspondence.
So I think you just make a copy without that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't create a magic item anyway. It's got to be non-magical,
Yep.
So that's easy enough.
Okay.
And then I cast disguise self to look like the courier. Do you have anything that'll help me like lie to the kids when I give this to them, Alistair?
I mean, you were the one who was spying on them. So what does Alistair remember about the... Well, actually, Alistair did interact with Courier, so only Geppa could answer that question.
Oh, I just mean like, do you have anything that like would buff a deception check before I go out there and?
Oh yeah, I can give you some
Question.
bardic inspiration.
Question.
That help.
What's Leo's question?
Chris, for you, are you planning on just using your class ability to make this?
I was going to use the class ability where it only lasts for 3 hours. Yeah.
Also, those items do show up as magical. In fact, they glow with like a faint. It says they glow. They put off like a weird, like magical.
Yeah, the item glimmers softly, and a creature can faintly hear music when touching it. The created item disappears after a number of hours equal to proficiency bonus.
Yeah. So, but I think they do show up as magic.
If it's glowing and giving off music, yeah, it definitely will read as a magic item.
I was expecting a magic item, so here we go. And then I will I'll double around and approach them from the same direction the courier approached me.
Okay. And give me a second deception check. Once again, you can make this at advantage if you're using disguise self.
What's the bar die right now?
I think it's a D8. Yeah, it's a D8.
So that's a 12.
What?
Okay. You hand off the satchel.
I'll cough notably so I can get a tip.
And they they tip you the exact same amount of silver you just tipped the guy earlier. It all works out very nicely for you.
And so I will leave.
The fabricated invitation's only going to last for 3 hours, right? And then it blinks out of existence?
Yep.
Okay. The invitation itself is written in Ferniskin, and it's an official invitation to Edgarine and Itelis Healy to the coronation of King Helmsman, second of his name, etc., etc. It's all very official.
Was Alistair able to see one of the invitations when he was talking to the people earlier?
No, this would be the first time you're seeing one.
Okay.
Depending on how good that particular forger was, I mean, you would have to assume this is what the invitations are meant to look like.
Yeah. Yep, is there any way you can get a look at Honorable Kasai's invitation or the captain's invitation? Just so we can compare.
I mean, I can look like people, but I can't be invisible unless it's in darkness. And look, most of you humans just put light everywhere. I don't really get it.
Oh, I can make you invisible.
Okay, then I might have a chance.
Okay, so let's go around and get some afternoon actions then. Let me make a new spot on my spreadsheet here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what was Genevieve wanting to do this afternoon? No, we don't know.
Is Genevieve muted?
What about Leo?
I was muted. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. What would you like to do this afternoon?
Before I commit to something, I wanted to ask if there was something that the party wanted Genevieve to try and do with the prince.
Hello.
Alistair just wants you to try and get in his good graces and friendly so that we can ask him if there's a way to get a teleport home. Instead of being made fun of in the court in front of everybody else.
She could try that. Okay, so she's going back to the library, hoping to find the prince again.
Alistair was dead serious when he said Genevieve should try and become his weekend tutor or something.
I mean, Genevieve would actually be amenable to that. But whenever the prince had his evening or afternoon lessons the last time, Genevieve will try to be there at the same time. Again.
Okay. But Leo.
Well, Leo was going to ask the party, and then we got sidetracked by Alistair, what they thought, reporting the making an official report about the circumstances of us getting here and the false flag operation over in the cafe.
Mm-hmm.
And since he got whatever, he's just going to decide to do it.
So Leo's going to try to present to the palace and give this report?
Yeah, he's going to go. Yeah.
How is Leo dressed?
I mean, probably in his uniform. He'd make sure it was clean. Several people know prestidigitation, so he'd get Hugo to clean his uniform so he was presentable.
Hugo, you're going to need to change your character class to laundromat.
That's usually Geppa's job.
What would
He'd get
Hugo
somebody
like
to
to
clean
do this
this.
afternoon?
Oh my gosh. Hugo will see about securing lodgings for himself.
Hugo wants to go stay at the Ritz.
A little bit, yeah. Well, I mean, it's because he doesn't want to, impose on this Athar's hospitality more than, especially if he can afford it. That's why he's wanting to And also, his classmates are extremely loud and obnoxious sometimes.
Sometimes. Try DMing for these freaks.
I know, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no, Hugo's gonna be securing lodgings for himself.
Genevieve and Leo, give me a perception check.
For what it's
Genevieve and Leo.
Genevieve
worth,
and Leo.
when Genevieve is in the library, or before she gets to the library, she's going to cast Enhance Ability Charisma on herself.
Okay, that won't help you with a perception check, though.
Right, I understand. But if that comes up,
Mhm.
I have done that. 12.
16.
Do I have perception as a...
1-6.
Hold on.
Leo,
Yes.
I'm gonna
you
increase mine.
notice that
18.
at the very least, one of the palace guards, as well as a second guardsman dressed in different livery, have both noticed that you and Genevieve arrive at the palace. Two students in Strixhaven uniforms walking through the public areas of the palace. And then you guys split up. Genevieve goes off to the library, and Leo goes off to... Well, what does Leo do? You're attempting to, like,
I mean,
tell somebody,
is
hey,
there like
I need to...
a receptionist?
There's not a receptionist, but there would be, like, pages you could pull aside.
Right.
Hey, I have information. I'm trying to get to the regent, perhaps.
Yeah, that. Like, Leo doesn't know what he's doing. So
Okay. Leo's
he's just whatever.
very
He's
out of
not,
depth.
like... Yeah.
Leo,
Yeah.
you tell one of the pages that you have important information that you believe needs to get to the regent.
Yeah. Just wondering if
And-
I could, talk to somebody who could, maybe pass it along. Not necessarily go to the regent himself, but yeah.
And they leave you waiting in the palace courtyard.
I start doing
Of course,
houses.
not going to make any promises, but as you're waiting there, the guardsman wearing a blue and yellow tabard, which is not the royal guard of Velus, but the other one that you saw notice your approach. Actually, I think I need you to make a saving throw first. Yeah, it would be unfair if I didn't allow you to make a saving throw.
All right. What kind of saving throw?
Rod staff wand.
You don't get a saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Save versus none.
Save versus
Probably-
absolutely nothing. Yeah, no save.
Okay.
So Leo is dead. No. So Leo, this guardsman approaches you.
Uh-huh.
And whereas the guardsmen that you were apprehended by in like the dungeon that brought you out, these were Velusian guards. They were orange tabards and have pikes. This one's got a blue and yellow tabard, has a curved sword at his side. He says, "You're a man of Strixhaven?"
Man, I'm a student there.
I would beg a moment of your time if you would speak to my lady.
I mean, I have no issues with that. I did put in to request somebody to come in so I could pass some information along. So is it can it wait a little bit?
He tells you, meaning no dispersions upon your person, but Regent Telebrius will not give you an audience, but my lady will.
I'll shrug. Okay.
He leads you away from the courtyard into one of these side buildings of the palace, one of the side wings, where they have apartments set aside for important visiting nobility. And you're brought into a solar where...
So not a local.
No. Not a lady of Valus. In fact, the man was speaking to you in Ferniskin.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
A woman with hard lines on her face, wearing the same blue and yellow regalia, is waiting for you in a solar. The guardsman steps into the room and then stands somewhat ominously by the door. His body language is saying, like, you're in here now and you're not leaving without going through me. The woman stands up, and she's pushing 60 probably. But it still has a strong visage and a straight back. She takes 2 strides towards you. Says, I'm Captain Wilhelmina Taltrot of the Enderlean Navy. And she bows her head forward for a moment.
Enderlean is the...
Yeah, they dropped meteors on Brennanine back in the day.
I'll be like, it's very nice to meet you. I'll look up.
She motions to her guardsman and says, my man Brantz here tells me that you have information that might be very beneficial to both of us if we were to discuss it.
Well, I mean, I don't know how it would be beneficial to you, from an enemy nation who once dropped meteors on our capital.
She thinks for a moment. Then she says, if it helps to assuage your fears, I was born 3 years after the sack of Brennanine. Neither me nor any man in my navy has ever raised arms against the Republic, nor have we been given orders to do so.
Do you have... I don't know. Like, I'm gonna look her like straight in the eyes.
Yep.
Just kind of like, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna give you, like, basically he's gonna ask her, he's like, I'm not going to let the past tell me not to do it, but can you give me a reason to do it?
She tells you that your position is more precarious than you know. How is it that students from Strixhaven find themselves in the capital of Velus days before the prince's coming of age and coronation? I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that you did not sail here, for there are no ports. And while I suppose it's possible that you rode here, I do not think that is the case.
We had an incident that I'm not 100% sure there wasn't kind of, and I feel like this is probably something like that Leo didn't like, has been thinking about because of like stupid ramblings by like Alistair. Because Alistair like starts talking about, ooh, like what if, you know, what if it was a secret spy cabal, you know, kind of stupid like shit like that.
Alistair definitely listens to whatever the Strixhaven version of Joe Rogan is. Like, for sure.
Oh, he's further than that.
But he's like, so I don't know. Leo just kind of, he's like wishy-washy. He's feeling kind of on the fence about trusting her. So he's gonna, how am I gonna say this? He's like, we had a incident with a group at the school trying to rile up anti-demi-human sentiment. Do we know anything about how the Endolines feel about demi-humans? Like, even if it's just
unfavorably, because remember the Endoline branch of the Etherine Church are very traditionalist. So it would be very unfavorable to them for humans to consort with demi-human or unseelie creatures.
Right. So just like trying to strike up that, and they had and then when we went to investigate, we were here. I'm gonna leave out some of the details.
Then you and I came to the city the same way. We were teleported. You don't think this
look
is
at her,
strange that magic that Velus has retracted decades ago is suddenly in play to bring a group from Strixhaven of all places?
Do you mind if I ask for more details? And then I'll decide, and then I can decide if I want to give you more details? Basically, I'm just asking for kind of a similar. I left out a lot of details in my explanation.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if she can give me a similar one. Like, how did you end up here?
Oh, she accepted a teleportation. The invitation that was sent to the king and queen of Endoline were to send an envoy.
Okay.
And part of that invitation involved a ritual that they could complete on their side, which would open a teleportation circle, at which point a contingent of however many they wanted to send would be sent. And she came here with probably close to 100 people, all told. Specifically, she explains that Endoline decided to send a naval captain, specifically because Velus doesn't border on an ocean, and there's no way that they could sail up. There's no port, anything like that. So it's a show of force, but it's like a ceremonial show of force, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, ours was. I got the feeling that we were not. We kind of stumbled in onto something. Because the person that. Leo's just kind of trail off and be like, you know what? I am bad at this. And he's just going to tell her, there was several people at the cafe they were disguised as Aethar. They were disguised as local Aethar. A part of the more traditionalist faction. They were riling up anti-demi-human sentiment. They accidentally cut off a girl's arm because they tried to seal everybody up into the cafe for a reason we don't know.
You guys fixed that, as I recall, didn't you?
We tried, yeah. We sent her off to a healer.
Yeah. No, we sent her to a healer. We collected the hand and sent her off to a medic. We didn't have a way to reattach it.
She says, and if you have the feeling that you've stumbled into something rather bigger than yourself, then you and I have the same feeling.
Yes.
I was told to find men and women of the Republic to speak to upon my arrival.
Did they give you a reason why?
She leans back in her chair for a moment. She asks, how many are you? You and your party that came here by mistake.
There are 6 of us.
6, yeah, counting Rubina. 7 if you count Boswick.
6. Well, there's 6 students. A floating helmet and a weird raccoon fairy creature that follows us around and like laughs at our misfortune.
Is that Alistair?
That's Geppo.
But yeah, 6. We're all students though.
She tells you that she would like to meet with the 6 of you. At a location of your choosing, anywhere in the city. She realizes that you are... It's plain to see at this moment that Leo is like extremely nervous and feeling trapped in this room. So she's telling you to do a public meeting anywhere in the city you like. But I have a proposition that I would like to put forth to the 6 of you.
Okay. I can do that. I can't promise that they'll want to come. But...
Oh, she can't wait to meet Alistair. Can't wait.
I said, and I'll shrug and say, what's another international incident, right?
I think we need a whole whiteboard days since last internet.
Days since last incident. Yeah.
It's
and then
fine.
We'll see. And I'll ask her for a way to like send her a message, so I can like tell her what time everybody wants. Because I don't know what everybody else has going on.
Oh, she already knows the hostel you're staying at, and she'll have one of her men watching it. So.
Okay, I'll let you know a time, and we'll scope out a. Well, you know what? Alistair was talking about this, and I'll scratch my head. This playhouse.
Okay.
This where they.
Oh, good idea.
They were doing some play called "I Want to Drown Your Canary."
She's seen it. It's the worst play imaginable. It's so bad.
Well, that's good. And then we could talk about things and not have to worry about ruining the performance.
So she will speak to you and your group there tomorrow morning, then.
Okay.
Okay.
I will get as many of them I can. Do you want all of us to be there? Because
she would prefer to speak with all 6 of you, yes.
Okay. That's your decision. And I'm going to turn around to walk out.
And the guardsman politely steps aside and gives you a nod. And just as about you to leave, she speaks up. One more thing.
Yes.
The report you are about to make to the regent, or the prince, the audience you were seeking. Don't seek it. Don't tell them.
All right.
Genevieve, you were spending time trying to hone in on the young prince's afternoon lessons?
Yeah, this time she's gonna go study, but like try and come up with a reason to like talk to him.
Okay.
Because I think this time he'll notice she's there, and after last time, maybe he'll want to talk.
Oh yeah, no, his face brightens up when he notices Genevieve's there because she had the cool armor and everything. What's your goal?
She's a little less shy this time.
What are you trying to accomplish?
She is going to say that she's looking into house magic, because she doesn't understand a phenomenon that she's going to describe as like teleport glitches, where somebody gets teleported against their will, and there seems to be no reason or rhyme why this would happen. And like she's trying to do more research into this topic,
attempting to steer the conversation in that direction. The governess politely but firmly steers you away from it. Like the young master doesn't know anything about house magic and its inner workings, kind of with the implication of like we're going to politely agree to not discuss this in mixed company.
Sorry, just what I'm working on. I made a shield the other day, and she has her shield on her back.
Other than that, yes, they'll let you go ahead and step in for a lesson.
Sure. Yeah, she'll give or receive a lesson.
Partway through, the elder prince enters with two of his knights. Approaches the table. He's 15 years old, so he's closer in age to the rest of you, or he's about to turn 15, I guess. Dressed in his heir's regalia. And he says, he and his brother exchange quick pleasantries. And he says, I was told about the strange Republican girl who had come here to give my brother lessons.
Oh, yes, that's me. I'm the strange one.
Has Genevieve ever spoken to a head of state before?
No.
This is the most important man in Velus by far.
Yes. Genevieve has never spoken to like anybody before. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
She treats them all the same with abject horror.
So her reaction right now is like what? Shaking in her boots? What's going on?
Very awkwardly, like her hands are like behind her back, and she's just kind of like looking away and like, hello.
He says that it's very rare for tutors to have any major knowledge of the Republic. We thank you for your efforts.
Oh, of course.
And then he very politely takes his leave, and he and his knights continue on their way.
She goes, oh, I thought I was going to be arrested. Sorry.
No, the governess and the prince both find that very funny. Like, why would they arrest you?
I mean, the crown prince suddenly shows up with his entourage, and here I am showing you my armor, and it's... I mean, that's probably kind of creepy in some regards, and... She just goes on and on.
Other than continuing to dig this hole, does Genevieve have any other intention with the prince today?
I mean, if I can establish a rapport and maybe a contact of some sort with the governess or whatever for like later use, then like that would be my goal.
Oh, she's not nearly important enough of an NPC for that kind of nonsense.
I mean, to get to the prince, I suppose. But yeah, no, I mean, like that's sort of where I'm at here. Is like, can I get into the prince's good graces so that like maybe I can do something with this later?
What are some interesting things, or name one interesting thing about the Ferniscan Republic that you can teach the prince that his Velusian governess would not know?
She is going to talk a little bit about Kinney's family and the advent of trains and the plan to put train tracks all over Fernisco.
How do you drive a cart by boiling water? That is preposterous.
It's actually really easy. I could show you. And she will like tinker something together to cause a cup of water to boil steam that will then push a very, very lightweight, like aluminum foil fan and make it spin. And she'll say, now you just put it in a sealed container and the steam only can go this way.
By the time you're done constructing this apparatus, you not only have the prince's attention, but several other Velusian scholars have come down to watch, and you have this small crowd.
Yeah, she just whips this together. She has invented the steam engine. I don't know. But this is what she does.
The prince
She's not nervous about this at all. Only when fielding questions.
Prince Horatio. I mean, your little contraption gets a round of applause. Prince Horatio asks you what sort of stipend you need in order to build a more like a more presentable version of this same apparatus that you can then exhibit at the coronation.
She says, I have no idea what it would be to practically make this. I've never even prototyped it. I just understand the theory.
I mean, you literally just did prototype it. That's exactly, you've tinkered together this thing.
Well, she just cobbled it together.
So how much do you need to build a better one in the next 2 days?
I, the player, don't know that.
I'm assuming Genevieve wouldn't either, so you have to make up a number. So how does Genevieve navigate this extremely uncomfortable situation?
She doesn't know. She says, I can't in good faith give you a number because I've never really thought about it.
Blue screens.
At which point, one of the scholars steps forth and gives a suggestion. At which point, the prince calls for the palace bursar, who gives you a writ to take to one of the banking houses to get the materials you need. And they don't ask you if you want to do this. The prince doesn't.
She would love to do this.
The prince is not. He's just assuming that you want to spend the next 2 days building this thing.
I mean, the number that I magically popped up in my head was 1,000 gold, and like I have no idea if that's accurate in either direction.
So, how much is 1,000 gold to these people, though? That's the real question.
We're not going to put a number.
She's not
on
looking. She's not looking to like grift them.
Oh,
like she's not trying to scam them. This is like genuine science. But...
I'm going to answer this.
Yeah,
interject and answer this because it is relevant to Raz's character. Genie would have grifted the shit out of them and told them,
yep,
probably 1,500 gold plus the cost of a set of plate mail.
Now, what's funny?
So she could have gotten Orson a set of plate mail.
What's funny about this is that I literally had just written, ideal, what would Eugenia Veritas do? Genevieve offers to make an engine because she thinks it's interesting and cool.
Oh,
so
no,
only halfway there.
Genie, 100%. Yes, I also would like to do this.
The whole point of this idea is to do this wrong.
But Genie also would been like, would have, yeah.
Okay.
Genie was not really a nice person.
Genie would have made a steam-powered railgun.
Is anybody keeping tabs on the Heelys after the handoff?
Geppa probably should.
I thought you wanted me to be invisible and go investigate actual invitations.
Yeah, I did tell you to do that. We may have overlooked this.
Okay. That evening,
they're just gonna be mad at the map maker.
What was that, Distal?
They'll just be mad at the map maker. It's the perfect
yeah, that's what Alistair was thinking.
So let's start here. First of all, do you guys intend to go to this meeting with the naval captain tomorrow morning with Leo?
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So yes, but is Genevieve going to be able to if she's working on the steam engine for 48 hours?
That's fine. Alistair did want to discuss with Geppa how to handle this whole invitation situation now that we have the invitations. Do we want to use him to actually try and get an audience, which doesn't seem necessary given what Genevieve is doing?
I mean,
or do
using
we
the invitations was up to you. I was mostly thought it would be fun to get it.
Oh, okay, yeah, because Alistair is throwing around the idea.
This is all your house now, dog.
Okay. Yeah, Alistair's tossing around how to.
So to clarify, Genevieve won't be getting like an invitation to attend the coronation. She'll be like brought in the servants' entrance, most like.
Hey, an entrance is an entrance.
So the next morning we wanted to do the scene at the Playhouse.
Yeah.
So Genevieve,
Yeah,
you've cashed in this writ. You've got the materials, and you're doing
How
this.
much was the writ for? I'm just
an
curiosity.
abstract amount of money.
Oh my goodness, she's never seen so much money or so little money.
A steam engine's worth of money.
1 steam engine GP.
How much is Hugo spending on lodgings?
It's a good question. I know that there's in the player's handbook there's signage for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I like to think you can spend as much as you want.
Okay.
Are you trying to get like the penthouse suite and the ritziest part of?
No, just very simple lodgings. Just he wants to. If he can pay his own way, he will pay his own way, kind of a deal. That's
2 gold
his
per day
attitude.
gets you comfortable. Is a comfortable lifestyle. That seems reasonable.
All right, then,
to me.
yep, that seems
You
reasonable.
just don't want to sleep in the same room as Geppa and Leo again.
Well, I mean, there is also that, but also Hugo is still he doesn't want to intrude on the Athar's hospitality.
But like
No, he literally
middle
runs
of
a
the-
hostel. That's his job.
in the middle of the night, he wakes up and then somehow like Geppa's in his bed spooning him. Leo is like sleep roundhouse kicking. And then he wakes up later and then Leo is spooning with him.
Wait, is this at the hotel that he just paid for?
Yeah.
I don't understand where any of this is coming from, but okay.
So the next morning, meeting up
Probably
at the
do it
Playhouse with Captain Wilhelmina. She's also brought 5 of her men to the meeting, so it's 6 and 6, just in case you guys decide you want to throw down.
Sure.
You all find seats in the back of the, I guess it would be like an open air kind of bleachers situation. I'm thinking like what's the Shakespearean?
Like an outdoor
What it's called.
like amphitheater.
Yeah.
It's an amphitheater.
As she greets all of you, makes introductions around.
I'll introduce my party members, and then we had a conversation on the way over here, basically asking Alistair to be good. Please.
I'm
no
always good.
no international. No, can we just not have another international incident?
What do you mean another?
I thought we established that. I thought you said that Genevieve did one.
We've had at least
don't
3
know.
so far.
Really? I don't know what the two of you, and I'll point at both Geppa and like Alistair. I don't know what the two of you have been using your time for, but it's not good. I know it. You should be ashamed of yourselves, but I have
Listen,
no proof. I have
we-
no proof, but as soon as I get one, I'm going to give you a talking to.
We are
This
trying
already
to
sounds
save
like
the
a talking
prince's
to.
life.
Can I get that one on credit?
Put on your tab.
This isn't the talking to yet. This is just the prelude to the talking to.
This is the pre-talking to. This is, yeah, okay.
You guys have this whole talking to situation before you arrive at the Playhouse, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You don't want to do this in front of the quality.
No.
Correct.
United Front.
Does everybody know about Genevieve's project that she's been assigned? Because that
I
might
imagine
color.
she can't shut up about it.
Well, I mean, that might color this meeting.
I mean,
She already has ideas. I've written down what the project will be already.
Yeah, I assume she has bragged to everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, like when she hears about the captain and like how Leo was instructed not to speak with the regent, she might hit the brakes a little bit on what she shares plus what they are doing.
I'm assuming, like, does this country not have artificers?
They would.
Not good
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah, apparently
Not any
good
that are
ones.
level 5.
Probably not as
not
good
good.
as the Republic. You have to.
So what you're saying
in
is-
this world, the Republic of Fernisco is like the center of culture and magical acquisition, and like it's the only like superpower in the world is the Republic of Fernisco. All the other countries are behind in one way or another. You guys have the best artificers, you've got the best schools, you've got the best technology, you've got all the best war magic. Endeline probably has the best boats. That's probably the only thing you guys are...
Man, there's so many boats on this map.
Endeline has the best meteors, let's be honest.
Do any of you speak the language of Endeline?
No.
I could. Let's do it. I'm trying to burn through these language slots.
How many do you have?
I'm up to 5 languages, and I had to give one of them to the hag.
Jeez.
She tells you... she tells you that before setting out through the teleportation circle, they were given this ritual to perform. Their magi went ahead and performed it to the specifications given, not really knowing whether it would work, but it did in fact open a teleportation circle so Wilhelmina and her men could come through to the capital. And the hour before she was to set through, she was handed a letter from one of the queen's handmaidens in secret and instructed not to read it until she arrived here in Kelmir. And when she opened it, the letter is written in the Endeline language, and when Geppa explains he's the only one of your party that can read it. I mean, Rubina would speak it, but I'm not going to let an NPC read this letter. She reaches forward and hands the letter to Geppa.
All right, I read the letter out loud.
In a nutshell, it states, it's written, if you believe Wilhelmina, it was written by the Queen of Endeline, and it states that the nations of Fernisco and Endeline are crumbling under their own weight, and their only way forward in the days to come is to find ground on which to unite. And the way they can do that is by stealing teleportation magic from Velus.
Alistair just chuckles.
The letter goes into a lot more detail than that, but I'm not sure how much Geppa is actually going to read.
I'll read the whole thing.
Read the whole thing? So, the two countries, according to the Queen, the Republic of Fernisco is crumbling because it's having difficulty holding all of its governance together. Its outlying provinces are constantly in this state of grabbing more power for themselves. The central government is nowhere near as strong as it was back in the days of the Speakers and Brennanine. And in the next generation or so, the Republic is going to fall apart and splinter into a bunch of like warring nation states, at which point the Etherine Church will be homeless. At the same time, Endeline is having almost the opposite problem. They are struggling under the weight of centuries of tradition, which the church will not abandon or regroup. And that under all of that weight and tradition, they have not had the opportunity to rebuild after the war they lost 60 years ago. That anybody that gains political power in Endeline that can look for any progress is stifled and put down, and there's just no way for anybody to move forward. And a nation like that just also cannot progress in the coming world.
I mean, Alistair might know, but I know Leo wouldn't. But my question is like, how accurate is that assessment of the country?
Teleportation magic would benefit us tremendously.
Right, I get that, but like the whole...
Yeah, it's a real long walk. But they finished the cable cars. Why don't they just do that everywhere?
Right, but like
Well, you know,
I mean more from the sense of like the country will collapse in a generation. That didn't I haven't gotten that.
So
maybe not in a generation, but it will definitely not be good if we can't eventually teleport. Because, like, think about that haunted forest. If we could have easily cleared it down to expand the country, wouldn't we have done that in the last couple of centuries?
I'll say this:
I mean,
I have access to y'all's class schedules, and none of you are political science majors.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
as to whether you have any opinion on the Republic collapsing in the next generation or so, that's up to you.
The answer is we're kids.
so they think we're the other two people, and like apparently there's a plot to steal teleportation.
that's what's going through Alistair's mind is, okay, so we're gonna sub in for the Heelys, who were clearly here to steal teleportation magic, like I said, as he's screaming in his head.
Well, that's the next point of interest to Wilhelmina is the Heelys should not be here at all. She was told that the Republic was not invited to this coronation, and in fact could not be, given the nature of the relationship between Velus and Fernisco. It just wouldn't make any sense.
Oh, they were definitely not invited.
Right, so why are nobles from Velumor crashing a coronation to which their republic was not invited, unless Velumor was on the verge of breaking away from the republic?
Or Velumor is trying to gain teleportation for themselves so they can either break away or control. I mean, I'm not a political scientist, but that's what makes sense.
So this is the player speaking, not Leo. From what I'm seeing here is the Heelys are the contact. We bumblefucked our way in. They think we're the contacts, and that the Heelys are here extraneously, like extra. And I don't know whether that's what you have going on here, Brick Road, but that's what my brain is. And you know what? Sure, whatever. What's another?
I'll state this without confirming or denying anything you're asking about. You guys have figured out way more of the political web than I expected you would. I expected you would get to a point where you're like, all right, time to burn everything down and fuck it. And you guys have actually unraveled quite a lot of everything going on. So I'm very proud of you, and I'm honored to have you at the table.
Not our first rodeo.
The only thing is
so
I
it's not-
haven't. The only thing I haven't figured out is like how this landed knight, Sir Christopher, factors into anything.
I mean, if
It
he
might
kills
just
a
be a red
dragon,
herring.
if he kills a dragon, his reward might be to be teleported back, and then I don't know.
Yeah, which
It could,
country was
it could tie
he
in
from?
somehow.
Which country was this knight from?
He's from a place called, he's one of the Free Knights of Islington. Islington is this like loose amalgamation of just tiny fiefdoms, each of which is looked over by a High Lord or a landed knight.
Okay.
They don't have like a unified government, and nobody really considers them like a player on the international stage.
Okay, so we're playing Game of Teleportation Thrones. Gotcha.
Yeah, sort of.
The only thing that I am kind of like on the fence about is like where the false flag operation, because I could see on the one hand, and this probably was something Leo like brought up, like I could see it being, because what kind of idiot spy keeps their orders on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is it an enemy nation pretending to be this other nation, pretending to be
What if it's just
like-
completely unrelated?
I don't know.
I mean, what were
Doubt it.
given that operation? What were the odds that a bunch of school kids would go chase him down on their own and stumble into a bumblefuck teleportation trap?
It's a D&D campaign, so 100%.
I mean, in the strict state,
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
it's actually
clearly.
pretty good.
Yeah.
So Wilhelmina, first of all, she makes an offer to you. She says that she's here to attend the coronation and to make pleasantries between her nation of Endeline and Velus. And it's no secret that everybody's hope is that the new king of Velus will bestow teleportation abilities upon his new allies as he sees fit. That's the official reason she's here. The de facto head of state of the nation of Endeline is their archbishop in the church, who, remember, is the fake Etherine archbishop, like not the recognized one, because the real recognized archbishop of the Etherine would be in Fernisco. And it's politics all the way down. It's just the webs are collapsing all over the world. However, she states that she has a secondary mission here. Even if the king chooses not to bestow teleportation magic, some of the magi in Endeline believe there's a way to take it back from here. In ancient times, the Grand House of Velus and the Grand House of Endeline traded powerful relics to imbue with each other's magic. Endeline has great magic over elemental water at sea, which is why they have the best fleets and the best ships, and Velus had their teleportation circles and portals and things like that. The relics were traded, and Endeline still has theirs. The relic that they gave to the king of Velus in those days should still be here. And if it can be recovered and brought back and studied and paired with the relic they got from Velus, they believe they can reverse engineer teleportation magic. Wilhelmina wants to hire you to go find this relic. In return, she will let you keep the letter she gave you to turn over to whatever authority in the Republic you think will give you the best payment for it. And she can arrange to have you teleported back with her people. That would put you probably in a port town in Endeline, at which point you could hop a boat, ride up the river, and end up back in Gran Fernisco. Looking at a 3-week boat journey rather than a 3-month walk through the haunted forest.
Leo, I think you're going to miss your exam.
A month? I mean, it could be just midterms.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
So, do you have any idea where this relic is hidden? Is it perchance in the dungeon behind the giant dragon?
She doesn't know anything about a giant dragon, but yes, before in the ancient times, before the city was built, there were the old palace and the old throne room were back much, much deeper in the mountains. And the old throne room is where this relic would still be located, if it exists. So she's telling you to either bring the relic back or bring back some evidence that it's not there. And either way, she's happy to let you keep that letter, and she'll give you a ride home. And she would also agree to ensure safe passage from Endeline back into Fernisco.
I didn't think Endeline was a threat to Fernisco anymore.
Militarily, they're not. They haven't been at war for over 60 years. And Endeline is in shambles, politically speaking. Like, they're not much of a threat to anybody.
I'm going to point at my ears and say traveling through Endeline would be a very bad idea.
You got any more of those tasty meteors?
Man, you're just not going to let this meteor thing go. You drop one meteor swarm on a party, and they never let you live it down.
One
My
decade
character is
meteor.
literally made from metal extracted from that meteor, so...
She tells you that you would not have any difficulty traveling through Endeline because she would personally see to your transport.
Guarantee our safety.
We would arrange for passage up the Endelene River into the province of Mendelin, and then all the way up to, I don't remember the name of the lake where Brennan used to sit, if need be.
That place, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what that's called.
I mean,
I think it's
Good
Lake
look.
Lothril.
we don't really. I mean, don't have anything better to do.
There's no harm in looking. Yeah.
I mean, unless we have a better offer from somebody else, it's something we can consider. When do you need an answer by?
The coronation is in about 2 days, and she suggests the best time for an operation is during the coronation. Like after the main coronation ceremony, there's going to be this large nobility party, and like the streets are all going to be celebrating. That would be the best time for an operation like this. Coincidentally, this is also when Sir Christoph is intending to sneak in and find a dragon.
Yes.
We'll get you an answer before the coronation then.
She asks you, and she doesn't expect an answer, but she would be remiss not to ask. She asks, what is the political situation at Strixhaven? Where does Strixhaven stand on the stage of the difficulties the Republic is facing?
Do we know the answer to that?
No, man, we're just a bunch of kids.
That's probably the correct answer, yeah.
I mean,
if she's asking for an answer, Hugo would probably say, honestly, seems like they're just trying to, make do with what they have. And he points to the funicular system that they have that transports people up and down the mountains.
The only other potentially relevant piece of information I can think of is that Geppa is fucking the granddaughter of one of the Furniskin province governors.
Yeah, I don't
Could
see,
be.
like, that's not that relevant, right?
I think it's as close as any of you get to Furniskin politics.
Yes, it actually absolutely is.
and I think also that I often forget Ellen is probably politically semi-important
Well, yeah,
just because of their relationship.
she's Orson's granddaughter. And
I like
Orson is the
Ellen a
governor
lot
still.
because she strikes me as just like
Just another.
all of the worst, like all of the same like bad, like mental like brainworms that both Evie and Jeannie had, which just indicates that Veritas women are just like that.
They're just like that. It's okay because Leo is probably hate fucking Allie, so there's a little Darkwood concept we got to pull in here.
No, Leo doesn't know what sex is.
So you tell Wilhelmina that you'll give her an answer.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we'll get back to her before the coronation.
Leo, at least, is also working under the assumption that Wilhelmina was meant to contact the Heelys and thought you guys were the contact. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
kind of like
That was the first thing that crossed my mind too.
yeah, because it's like what? Because the reason I'm going in there is they thought when Alistair first approached them,
Mhm.
they thought that he knew something about like some contacts or something, and then he started opening his big mouth, and they were like, "Oh, this asshole doesn't know anything."
That did happen, yes.
So the idea that like but also like working with Endelene would probably be seen as treason.
That depends on who you give that letter to, I guess.
So
All right, what is this letter that we have?
That was a
This is
letter.
the letter that was given to the captain, right?
Yes, it's written in the language of Endelene,
Okay.
written ostensibly by the Queen of Endelene, given off to... I have her in my notes as Captain Wilhelmina. I could think she'd be an admiral, wouldn't she? If only I knew
Admiral.
somebody who was in the Navy.
If she's in charge of
If only you
multiple
did.
fleets, yeah.
Yeah, she's in charge of multiple fleets. Then yeah, she's an admiral rather than a captain.
She's the highest ranking member of the Endeline fleet, which is their most powerful military force. So
Supreme Admiral.
The Queen gave this secret letter to the Supreme Admiral, which basically says, hey, we don't have any political power to do anything because the church has us under a stranglehold, and the church isn't even the real church anyway. So if we have any chance of going forward and not being just being forgotten by history, Endeline and Fernisco need to figure out how to get this teleportation stuff back.
So, okay, wait. So we have a letter. So the captain gave us a letter that incriminates the entire nation of Endeline and Francisco.
That doesn't incriminate anybody, necessarily.
Well, it says that, hey, we're going to go steal teleportation from these guys.
Yeah, why do we have this right now?
Because Wilhelmina gave it to you.
She gave it to me.
Okay.
We don't want this right now.
So we could go turn
Now
it
the
in and
evidence
cause a
is in
real
our hand.
diplomatic incident.
Wow,
with our
Chris.
own national homeland.
We could just eat it. Just eat it.
This is the kind of letter you burn.
This is very
Yeah, no,
much
I
the
was
kind of
just
letter
thinking
you
that.
burn. She didn't burn it.
I
She
was
gave it
just-
to you.
Okay.
Well,
So
she
the-
let you read it.
He
She's not
was
going to give
fine.
it to you until you agree to go look for this relic. It's
Yeah.
payment for bringing this relic back. Okay. Last thing I need to get through tonight. So you guys don't want to make a decision on whether to undertake her quest or not. Yeah.
I think we're
Not
doing
yet.
it regardless,
I-
but the
I
question
think
is
so.
like whether
Yeah.
we're going to give her the thing or try to cobble together a way home.
Yeah, I think we're going
Because-
to quantum ogre it into it.
Is there a
anyway,
way we
'cause that's
can-
the point.
Is there a way we can come to a decision so I can put this NPC in my finished bucket for now and do the last thing?
I mean, my stance is yeah, let's do it. Whether we actually fulfill our end of the bargain after we do the thing
Mhm.
is a conversation, but I think we should give her the go ahead.
So Genevieve has a conflict because if she's demonstrating something at the coronation, and the best time to be with the party to do this is at the
The
coronation.
after party. Like there's the public coronation and then there's a private coronation. I'm
We have to be
assuming
done by the private coronation, the after
Yeah.
party.
that,
So
like,
if there's enough time for Genevieve to do her part that she's been signed up to do, because she doesn't want to cause an international incident and blow everyone's cover. She's
Right.
kind of like her hands are tied. So
When
she
do they
has
wanna-
to do this.
when are they doing the thing during the public thing?
There won't be a conflict. Genevieve can set up her thing
Okay, perfect.
wherever it is.
Yeah.
It's an engine, so you might just have
Yeah.
one of the castle staff come by and pour a decanter of water into it every so often.
So the working prototype that I have written down is it is a clockwork stick bug / platform that does like the stick bug up and down thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you can stand on it, and the way that it works is you pour water into a container and you cast heat metal in the container and it boils the water, which turns a turbine.
Yes.
And you can lift it up and down, and you can do the stick bug while standing on it.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's my idea.
I'm sorry, I have to ask you to leave.
Okay.
It's been fun, y'all.
So we're giving
No.
Wilhelmina a thumbs up, but we're in the back pocket. We're like, yeah, we might betray her later. Who cares?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I guess we don't want to play the long game of Genevieve getting friendly with the royal family.
In that case, then she will agree to relinquish the letter. The letter has the seal of the Queen of Endeline on it. It's, as far as you can tell, it's authentic. And
The most important thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
she'll relinquish that letter to you as payment if you either bring the relic to her or bring her evidence that it no longer exists.
Yeah.
And either way,
most
she's happy to
important thing is
bring you home with her teleportation circle.
That is the most important thing, I think, is that we get home. So this seems like the deal we have to take.
So, question.
Yeah.
For history, like thing. So, the one that instituted the war was not the. Is it the sitting monarch of Endeline?
It
Or
was
it
at one point.
Okay, and what did they have this big confrontation where they killed the sitting monarch of Endeline at the end of the war? Did Darkwood fucking just murk her?
God, I have such a detailed answer to this question. But yes,
Like,
so what happened was the king and queen of Endeline were advised by the Church of Endeline, which was not the official Etherine church, that they were going to crown their own archbishop that could perform miracles that the sitting archbishop in Fredisco could not perform.
Remember you saying it was like they were like a sorcerer. They had like sorcerer levels.
Pretty much, yeah. So Endeline was very, very confident and very, very gung-ho about this invasion, and they struck the port city of Nornir and brought down this lighthouse that had been standing for hundreds of years. And then a few days later, they rained meteors down on Brennanine. At the end of the Unification War, their fake archbishop and the entire royal house were put to the sword. Nothing was left.
Okay.
In Suikoden terms, like, the king of Endeline was like the last boss.
Okay.
So the royal house would have been established from like a lesser or a cadet house of the previous royal house. Like the dynasty came to an end and a new dynasty began, which would now be probably like 3 generations deep.
I have thoughts about the plot, maybe, but I will keep them because we are of the time.
This is all from a design doc I wrote like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
That I just happen to have memory of because I've adapted so much of it to D&D at this point. Hugo.
Sir.
That night, you're back at your Ritz in your private suite.
And this is when my headphones decide, hey, you know what? My battery's dying, so I might have to ask you to repeat some things.
Wait, why are you wearing headphones that work on batteries?
Some people don't like wires. I don't understand it either.
Cables. Yeah. Just cables more than anything.
Oh, I hate batteries.
There is a melodious knock on the door to your room, Hugo.
Hugo opens it.
Standing there is a woman that you have not seen, but has been described to you by Alistair when he shadowed the Healy twins a few days ago and saw them sit down and converse from afar with a very elegant-looking woman that overly loves the color green. She's wearing a green dress, and she has green flowers and petals and leaves woven in her hair. Even her skin has a very kind of greenish tint to it, in a way. And as soon as you open the door, she looks beyond you and looks around the room, and she makes to stride into the room past you.
Hugo's a little taken aback, so he'd probably let her in just out of confusion.
So abject confusion is the response. So yeah, she just strides past you into the room.
Madam, this is... I don't believe I've met you. Who are you?
Oh, I just wanted to put eyes on the people that had taken one over on the Heelys. But...
What was her name? I'm sorry, I couldn't find it.
Nobody knows yet. She's not been introduced. Yeah, I just wanted to put eyes on the people who put one over on the Heelys, but when I went to find them, they're all staying in some dingy hostel inside the cave. So I decided to come here instead. Is there anything for her to drink in this room?
Probably just some ale. That's it. Hugo's a man of simple pleasures.
Okay. She begins to help herself to your ale.
Who are you, madam?
I'm no one of importance.
And so am I. Please, I must insist.
Why?
You think of me and mine as people of importance? Then I think of you as someone of importance.
I'm dying to know, why did you and your allies decide to humiliate the Heelys so?
I don't think they told us that they did that.
Yeah, Hugo's looking very baffled at all of this.
Yeah, we did not say anything about this.
Decide is definitely an overstatement when Geff was involved.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
neglect to say anything. Malicious compliance is Geppa's
MO.
MO. Yeah, yeah. No,
What the
Hugo.
party doesn't know can't hurt them.
That's decidedly not true, and Hugo's learning that right now. And then he just, after a moment, he's just like, Geppa.
Newman. Is
Now
how
I-
I imagine you saying that.
Newman.
Do.
The
Yeah.
woman takes a deep drink of your ale, wipes the suds off with the back of her hand. What's your name?
Waters. Hugo Waters.
Waters. Why would a man have such a name as Waters?
It's the name I took. I'm from Nornir.
So many waters, though. There are springs and rivers, oceans, lakes, ponds, gutters, sewers. Or perhaps the waters of the sky, the falling rains, trickling snowmelt of the far north, mirages in the desert that don't even exist. What sort of water are you?
Hugo is very, very, like taken aback at this. Like he was not expecting to have a philosophical conversation on the choice of his name today. So he kind of stammers out something like I said, the oceans of my hometown.
She makes a face.
I'm going.
She says, ocean water is not palatable. You cannot drink it. It is the water of death. Is that how I should think
Indeed,
of
but
you, Hugo of Death?
Indeed, but the waters of the seas bring forth ships of trade and news and all sorts of other interesting things.
And it is the prerogative of your people to take your own names, names that carry worth and meaning for you. You are Hugo of waters upon which things are carried.
I suppose so. I don't like to brag, but I do feel like I help my fellow students in whatever way I can.
And she smiles to you. She tells you that my people also have a similar tradition. We take our own names, and much for the same reasons. And the name I've taken for myself is Ricka Kind-Hearted, so you know you can trust me.
I'm sure. But who? What? I still don't know what you're on about the Heelys or this.
While you're stammering out, with her delicate hand, she reaches into the bosom of her dress and brings forth a hexagonal green gemstone. She says, because I am kind-hearted, I have brought you a gift. Do you like gift, Hugo?
Press R1 and the Metal Gear Solid 3 camera angle.
LOL.
I always like to
But yeah.
think, like when you're doing that, like Snake's eyes are just bugging out of his head.
What did she say again? I'm sorry, that's where my brain went.
She
and I
brings
had-
out this hexagonal stone from hidden away in her bosom, and she asks if Hugo likes gifts.
Certainly.
She says, there is a place in a dungeon behind the palace, an ancient network of tunnels and caves and old fortifications fall into disuse. There is a place called Dwarfholm's Font, an ancient fountain that I have every reason to believe still holds water. At the base of that fountain is a hexagonal indentation, and she places the stone on the table next to the now half-drunk tankard of ale. Dwarfholm's Font.
Yep. Okay. Got it.
She tells you that if you were to take this object to that place, she would be most appreciative, and she would give you many gifts indeed.
Certainly.
She stands and walks towards you and delicately strokes the side of your face with the back of her hand, gives you a very gracious smile, and says, "I will be seeing you soon, Hugo Waters."
See you around, I suppose.
And then she leaves. I had forgotten until the start of this scene that Hugo's name was Waters. That just worked out real well for me.
Can we take a second to appreciate what could have been Hugo Sewers?
No. Let's not.
Because that one really stuck with me. I was like, oh man, missed boat there.
All right. So just to get everybody caught up, you have 3 missions to complete inside this dungeon. You have to find the old throne room, in which is an ancient Endeline relic gifted to the High King of Valus centuries ago, that the Grand Admiral wants. And she says she can get you home. You have the Free Knights of Islington, the man, I cannot stress this enough, the most magnificent mustache, who wants to
really good mustache.
Hunt down a red dragon for golden glory. And you have this hexagonal stone given to you by Ricka Kindhearted that she wants placed into a spot called Dwarfholm's Font that is also supposed to be in this dungeon.
And that's totally not going to summon a pit fiend when we do that.
A pit fiend? Nah, probably not.
We're level 5. We're not going to get a pit fiend.
I want to point out the when we were level 3 in Flumph Inc., Brickard would said, "Here, nerds, have a dragon," and we almost all died.
Was it like a baby green dragon or something like that?
No, it was a real super dragon.
It was a real adult dragon. It breathed on us, and we almost all died.
Hey, that happened again. How about that?
That wasn't a black dragon, though. Does anybody have anything else they want to accomplish in the city before the night of the coronation?
Yeah, Genevieve wants Leopold to test her invention.
I mean, I'll help you out. Leo doesn't mind.
You just got to stand on it and do the stick bug while it's doing the stick bug.
Okay.
The next time Hugo meets up with the rest of the group, he tells them about this gemstone and he's just super distressed about the whole situation. But
wait, no, this is perfect. Genevieve says.
You walk in while I'm doing the stick bug, and then I stop and I point at Geppa and Alistair, and I say, "You."
Alistair just face palms and looks at Geppa and goes, "Oh, You're right. They're not the world's greatest assassins. They're the world's greatest sacrifice.
It's like, go stand by the wall. We'll do the talking to in a little bit when I'm done helping Jen.
They were rude.
I go point at the corner.
You've been
Genevieve
directed to the
focuses
corner.
on the heat magic, the heat metal spell more, and the stick bugging gets faster.
Okay.
And then she's just gonna try and do this as fast as she can until Leo falls off or something. She has inadvertently invented the first rodeo bowl.
Rodeo stick bug.
Yeah, rodeo stick bug.
So is there any other business that we need to attend to before the time of the coronation?
No, that's it.
No,
I think
it's
you-
going to be a clusterfuck once it starts, but we're good for that.
Yeah.
So the coronation itself, there's going to be just massive partying in the streets, basically. They're going to section off this area, like where Hugo's marker is here, for a public display where the Prince Helmsman will come out and speak some words to his subjects. Then he and his procession will head back into the palace. The actual coronation and anointment is a religious ceremony that will be seen to by the Bishop of Velus, who was an unnamed NPC. I didn't think he'd be important. After that, there'll be much merrymaking. So you'll have this kind of... the whole city is going to be popping off. You'll probably have like a pseudo-public, pseudo-official event happening inside the public areas of the palace. And then inside the palace ballroom will be the invite-only soiree. I was expecting Genevieve to have an exhibition out here in like the open courtyard.
Sure. I mean, this is the sort of thing that children could participate in.
Yeah.
Like they just stand on it and then it'll just go up and down and kind of waddle around and and it's fun.
And you made friends with Prince Horatio, which is cool.
Yeah.
Too bad they're going to take your little engine. They're going to reverse engineer it, weaponize it, and use it to destroy their neighbors.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Well, I
what they're
mean,
gonna
they've already sort of done half of the work anyway. So I'm hoping that Genevieve hasn't
But we do also have intel
accelerated
on a
things too
super
much.
weepon they've been developing.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should sell that to someone.
I don't know about super weapon. It's a siege engine that looks pretty good, but they also haven't got it working yet.
Now,
It's like that scene in Iron Man 2 where they're doing the video of all the attempts to copy the Iron Man suit. And they just keep falling over and breaking apart.
Right.
Now, for my stipend that Genevieve was given for this, how much did she spend of it? How much is there any left over?
An abstract
split
amount
the
of
party?
money.
Ooh, you guys, we have abstract golds. Hold on. When I entered that into the party sheet, I just get hashtag number.
NAN.
Yeah, NAN.
No, you.
We underflowed the amount, which means we have 6,500.
Hugo, I'm gonna get you your full plate
60.
somehow. I swear.
We have
I know you're trying.
65,535
I'm really trying.
gold.
So when we come back next week, we can do the coronation ceremony and then back into the dungeon.
Yay!
So why don't I go dark for 2
Why
minutes while you guys think about some blips? I am going to visit the restroom and I will return in 2 minutes. We are back.
Okay. Who was the most creative person today?
Geppa for the plan to,
The bait and switch?
yeah, because that was his
Yeah.
plan. The badass was I ain't got nothing. Sorry.
I mean, I'll take badass.
Okay,
Oh.
I'll give you that for
Yeah, I like that for
distraction.
Yeah. I want to
Yeah, cool.
give intangibles to Hugo for being on the receiving end of consequences.
Yeah. Oh no, the consequences of hanging out with these assholes. It's like,
All right.
so it's basically Hugo's fault, right?
And who further party goals?
Man, I sure tried.
You did try. You really did try.
I totally did not get anything. Like, none of these quests have anything to do with Genevieve. I'm like, this is going to be it. She's going to contribute. I'm going to do so much. And then, like, I don't think any of this matters.
You made friends with the prince. That's worth something, right?
Well, I'm hoping it's worth a blip.
It's worth the friends. It's an abstract amount of blips.
Can I claim an abstract number of blips that is greater than 0?
You could see the kind of structure I had of the dungeon was to let you guys dumb fuck in the dungeon until you stumbled across one of the 3 objectives, and then have you get arrested and taken out into the politics stuff, and then find the 3 objectives and then send you back in. That's how it was supposed to go.
It's almost like you might have designed in a situation.
Yeah, it's almost like I wrote that for that to happen.
You did, but
Like
you didn't.
months ago.
You said you don't know what the hell you were doing.
It was challenging. And every time I hit this wall in a D&D set, I'm always like, you know what? I'm going to keep better notes. Next time I design... Because what happens is, when you sit down to design the adventures and stuff, you're thinking like, oh, this idea is in my head right now, and so it's super clear right now. So I just have to kind of like notate it, and I'll know what it means later when I come back to it. I don't have to write it all out in detail. No. That's a waste of time because I already know what it is. And so...
And then...
when you come back and you see a line that just says a gift of great magic and influence, and you're like, well,
you see a line that says stick bug LOL.
Yeah.
Like, I have a spot marked on the dungeon map with no description or anything whatsoever except for +0 to hit 2d6 bludgeon. That's it. That's all I know.
Oh, that's that stupid rock.
It's the rock trap.
Yeah.
Anyway, who wants to make a case for some blips this week?
Leo can go.
Leo, and then we'll go to Alistair.
All right. Lawful good. Everyone has a place and purpose. He was seeking advice from authority figures to guide the decision on about the information. You know, like, should we share this? Should we not? Like there's some chicanery going on. Like, he struggled really hard with like the consequences and all that stuff.
Okay.
My ideal, I might fail, but I'll never get up. So he struggled with the consequences, but he tried. He tried to be the politics man. He's not the politics man. He's the roundhouse man.
Right.
And that's all I got.
All right. Who's Alistair, you want to go?
Yeah. Let's do flaw. I just wanted to help. That would be for Alistair being very willing to be the envoy at the start of the session.
Okay.
Alignment, chaotic good. A good deed is its own reward. That would be shaming Genevieve and then going back and talking to the prince and apologizing to build up her social confidence.
Did it work?
Seems like it did.
Question mark?
I mean, she's building a stick bug now.
Yeah.
An ideal, the glass is always half full. That would be for being 100% behind Geppa's idea to steal the invitations because nothing bad will come of that.
All right, who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Sure.
Hugo.
Oh, excuse me. Yawn just came right up in my face, like right as I was about to
Well,
start
it's supposed to come
talking.
out of your face.
Yeah. Got my
Something else
alignment.
is down.
Neutral good. Just be excellent to your fellow man for trying to convince the party to join in on the dragon hunt.
Sure.
I've got Hugo's ideal. The peace hard one must be preserved by being forced to choose between the piece of the land and the admiral's offer to get them back to Strixhaven.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't like that we're choosing the admiral's plan rather than keeping the peace. Then I have my flaw. I'm the biggest mark in Fernisco for getting ambushed by Alistair and Geppa's nonsense at his private room in the form of a beautiful woman.
Why does Hugo get all the girls in this campaign?
I don't know.
Yeppa's got 2.
Yeah, Monkham's got 1.
He's got Genevieve.
I mean,
That's true.
Kind of.
Yeah, that's kind of working its way out. You're right. I forgot.
Oh,
no
geez.
thoughts, head empty.
Yeah. That's how Genevieve likes them.
Leo doesn't know what girls are. Geppa, you want some blips?
I've got my alignment. My alignment, chaotic neutral. Why shouldn't I do what I want when I can? For completely ignoring Alistair's primer on Republic nobility.
Yeah, that was boring.
I've got my ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me. For his dogging the Heelys all day the first day.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got my flaw. When I'm bored, watch out. And I'm easily bored. For trying to convince Alistair to prepare to pretend to be an envoy.
And what does Genevieve have for me?
Genevieve has alignment chaotic good. Everything has an explanation. I bet I can figure it out. For looking into establishing rapport with the prince in order to figure out a solution to the teleportation problem.
Mm-hmm.
Idea, what would Eugenia Veritas do? For offering to build a steam engine because it's awesome and cool. And then flaw, this wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam, for admitting she's a bit intimidated with being here in Waylus and inviting Alistair's help.
And who had the most creative solution to a problem this session?
Geppa.
We said Geppa's bait and switch plan to get a coronation invitation away from the Heelys worked a little too well.
I'm just proud that I accurately understood the plan, because that had a lot of moving steps to it.
Sorry.
Who furthered the party's goals the most?
I'm just gonna step forward and hope that
That was Genevieve.
We're gonna say Genevieve. 'cause
abstract amounts of gold for her stick on platform. I guess that helps in the future? Question mark.
It's
Whatever.
building political alliances with a noble family.
I mean, it might cover for the fact that we are about to steal their relic. So.
And who was the
Who knows?
badass?
That was Alistair for distracting the Heelys for Geppa.
And who is intangible?
That
was
was Hugo
Hugo.
for taking all the fallout. He did get
Hugo
boobs
just-
out of the deal. So I don't know if it's a total loss. You get blips and boobs. That sounds like it should be like a restaurant.
That sounds like a
Lips and
restaurant that
boobs.
Guy Fieri would tell you about.
Yeah.
I think you just coined the session name.
Oh God, blips and boobs.
It used to be called Hooters of Waterdeep. Ah.
Hooters of Waterdeep.
All right, blips are currently worth 250 because y'all level 5,
Mhm,
and everybody earned 4 except for Leo, who earned 2. And what is the title of
gonna-
today's episode?
Oh,
Blips
now it
and
has
boobs.
to be blips and boobs.
I'm not titling it.
Can't be blips and boobs.
Oh, all right. It has been 0 days since last international incident.
Yes.
Does it just put? It's just zero days.
No, it's got to be a little more clear than that.
All right, so
don't
when we
need
come
too
back
long.
next week, we've got the coronation ceremony of the High King of Velus, and then you guys have 3 quests to see to in this massive dungeon, of which you have explored. You explored like 2 big chunks of it
Yeah.
out of 76 big chunks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's that big.
Alistair's,
Oh, jeez.
Alistair's gonna level.
Like,
Wait, how much
I
are blips
am-
worth? Sorry.
250.
nobody can level until you guys get back and take your exams.
I
Oh.
am literally 3,000 experience away from leveling.
Wait, you're at 14,000 already?
Yeah.
I'm at 12,200.
Yeah, that's
I've got-
roughly where I am. I'm at 12,290.
Yeah, I've got 11,198.
It sounds like you might have to double check your math.
Yeah, because
I'm
you're
at
like, so you're like,
12,992.
yeah, you're like 2,000 experience ahead of everybody.
Did you factor in your 1,000 for this week?
I didn't get 1,000. I got
Well,
500.
you're 750 for this week. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to spend blips to level, but
Well, you can't level right now because nobody has.
yeah.
You need to be back at school and take your exams. Now, I'm actually really looking forward to this next round of exams because I designed one of the exams to be super trolly. And I had a moment and I'm like, you know what? This might be going too far. I don't know if this is fair at all. So I called in my good friends, Not a Buttface and Kefka Floyd, one night. Totally unbiased because neither of them play D&D. Neither of them play here at the Flumph table. I don't even think Dan knows what D&D is. And I sat them down, I explained the situation, and I presented them with this exam, and they both said, no, totally fair, go with it. So
What
that's
did
what
they
do.
score on it? You made them take it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
both pass?
Not About Face got 4 out of 5, and Dan got 3 out of 5. And they did it without any of the studying bonuses. So no freebies, no anything. Just
If the monkey can get it right, surely. Sorry, which of those two is the monkey? Is an exercise left to the viewer.
no, Not About
Buttface,
Face is the monkey.
obviously.
Clearly, but you don't have to spoil it.
So I'm leaving the incredibly trolly exam in, and I can't wait. I think there's a chance it'll be the first exam failed in the campaign. Might well be.
Is it my exam?
Oh, if only I could tell you that. If only I could answer that question for you.
You can. You can. It's in your power.
Yeah, you just don't want to.
I just don't see how. I just don't.
It's 100%. You open your mouth and words come out.
Trouble, listen to me. Listen.
And you just say yes or no.
Listen. Are you listening?
No.
Thanks for playing, Trouble. And everybody
Thank you for
else. I was
running
glad to
that
have you here. And I'll see everybody next week.